Night settles softly over the world, and the noise of the day begins to dissolve like mist rising from a quiet valley. Beneath the gentle curtain of darkness, there is no need to hurry, no expectation to fulfill, no burden too heavy for this sacred moment. Simply rest where you are, allowing each breath to become slower, deeper, and calmer. Let every exhale release the weight you have carried, and let every inhale become a quiet invitation to receive the peace that has always been waiting for you. Far beyond the movement of restless thoughts, beyond the endless questions that often circle the mind, there is a presence that remains unchanged. It has never been shaken by storms or surprised by sorrow. Like the oldest mountain standing faithfully through countless seasons, Christ remains near, watching with patient love while the heart slowly remembers where it truly belongs. Many souls spend their days searching for certainty in places where certainty cannot be found. They gather achievements as travelers gather stones, hoping one more will quiet the ache within. Yet the deepest hunger of the human spirit is never satisfied by success, comfort, or applause. It longs for the one who formed it before the first sunrise ever painted the heavens. Tonight, there is no invitation to strive. There is only an invitation to return. Imagine a gentle river flowing through an ancient forest. It does not force the trees to grow, nor does it command the flowers to bloom. Its quiet presence nourishes everything it touches. Such is the way of Christ. His love does not shout over your fears. It flows steadily beneath them, patiently wearing away every sharp stone until what once seemed impossible becomes smooth beneath His grace. Perhaps today left you weary. Perhaps words were spoken that wounded more deeply than anyone realized. Perhaps responsibilities multiplied faster than your strength. Perhaps disappointment settled quietly inside your heart, hidden beneath an outward smile. Nothing about this day has escaped His attention. Before you found language for your pain, He already understood it. Before tears gathered behind your eyes, He had already drawn near. No sigh has ever disappeared into emptiness. Every silent cry has been gathered like precious rain falling into the hands of everlasting mercy. There are moments when faith feels like standing beneath clouds so thick that morning seems impossible. Yet dawn never argues with darkness. It simply arrives. In the same quiet way, Christ enters hidden places within the soul. Not with force. Not with accusation. Not with disappointment. He comes as light entering a room whose windows have been closed for far too long. Dust begins to sparkle where shadows once ruled. Corners long neglected become visible again. Nothing is hurried. Everything is restored according to perfect wisdom. The world often measures worth by productivity, influence, and visible success. Heaven measures differently. The trembling prayer whispered before sleep. The forgiveness offered when resentment feels easier. The hope protected during seasons of waiting. The quiet decision to trust when every emotion urges surrender to fear. These hidden victories are precious before the heart of Christ. Every seed planted beneath dark soil appears forgotten for a time. Yet beneath the surface, unseen roots are preparing for life that will one day astonish those who doubted anything was growing. So it is with the work of grace. Transformation often begins where no human eye can witness it. You may not yet recognize everything Christ is cultivating within you. Patience is taking root. Gentleness is unfolding. Compassion is awakening. Trust is stretching quietly toward heaven like branches reaching for morning light. Nothing surrendered to Him is ever wasted. The shepherd knows every winding path his sheep must travel. When valleys become deep and unfamiliar, His presence does not remain upon distant hills. He walks into every shadow alongside those He loves. His footsteps never hesitate. His voice never grows uncertain. Even silence becomes holy when shared with Him. There is a language beyond spoken words. It is the language of resting. The language of leaning. The language of allowing love to accomplish what effort never could. Tonight your soul does not need perfect understanding. It needs gentle confidence. The confidence that Christ remains faithful when emotions rise and fall like changing tides. The confidence that mercy is stronger than regret. The confidence that tomorrow already rests safely within hands pierced by perfect love. Consider the quiet beauty of winter trees. Though their branches appear bare, life has not departed from them. Hidden beneath bark and root, unseen strength patiently waits for another spring. Seasons of spiritual stillness often resemble these silent forests. Growth continues even when nothing outward seems to change. The heart often mistakes waiting for abandonment. Heaven never does. Every pause has purpose. Every delay carries unseen preparation. Every unanswered question gently leads the soul toward deeper dependence upon Christ rather than certainty in itself. Listen closely to the rhythm of your breathing. Each breath arrives as a gift, never demanded, never earned. Grace comes in much the same way. It is received, not achieved. Its beauty lies in its generosity. Like morning dew resting upon every blade of grass without choosing favorites, the compassion of Christ quietly covers every heart willing to receive it. There is no place too broken for his healing. No memory too painful for his tenderness. No failure too great for redemption. The hands that formed galaxies are gentle enough to hold one wounded heart without causing further pain. Imagine standing beside a peaceful lake before sunrise. The water remains still, reflecting stars that will soon disappear into daylight. In that perfect stillness, heaven and earth seem to meet. Such stillness exists within every soul that chooses to trust Christ above fear. Circumstances may continue changing, but the deepest waters remain undisturbed because His presence has become their anchor. The journey of faith is rarely dramatic. More often it resembles the slow opening of a flower toward light. Petal after petal. Day after day. Season after season. Until one morning the heart realizes it has become gentler than before. Less anxious. More grateful. More willing to forgive. More ready to love. Such quiet miracles are among the greatest works of God. Nothing delights heaven more than a heart learning to rest. So allow every anxious thought to drift away like autumn leaves carried downstream. Allow every burden to settle into stronger hands than your own. Allow every unanswered prayer to remain safely within divine wisdom. The one who began His work in you has never forgotten how the story ends. Already the horizon is preparing another dawn. Already unseen mercies are moving toward tomorrow. Already love surrounds you more completely than the night surrounds the earth. Remain here for a little while longer. Breathe without striving. Trust without fear. Rest without resistance. The heart of Christ is nearer than your next breath, quieter than falling snow, steadier than the ancient mountains, brighter than the first light touching the eastern sky. Within His presence, the soul finally remembers that it was never created merely to survive. It was created to dwell in everlasting peace. Evening gathers the scattered hours like a shepherd gathering wandering lambs before nightfall. The hurried footsteps of the day fade into quiet, and what remains is the gentle invitation to become still. There is no destination left to reach in this moment. The soul is simply welcomed into the holy silence where Christ has been waiting long before the first light of dawn touched the earth. Every life carries hidden rooms that few have ever entered. Some are filled with treasured memories that glow like warm lanterns. Others remain locked behind doors built from disappointment, grief, or unspoken fear. Yet no chamber is unfamiliar to the Savior. He does not hesitate before broken places, nor does He turn away from wounds concealed beneath careful smiles. His presence enters softly, as moonlight slips through an open window without disturbing the peace of the night. The heart often imagines that healing must arrive with thunder, dramatic revelations, or sudden victories. Creation whispers another story. Rivers carve canyons through patience rather than force. Snow transforms rugged landscapes simply by resting upon them. Seeds awaken beneath dark soil long before anyone notices the first green shoot reaching toward the sun. In much the same way, Christ reshapes the inner life through faithful nearness rather than hurried miracles. Listen to the quiet rhythm beneath your breathing. It resembles waves returning again and again to the shoreline, never anxious, never exhausted by their purpose. Every breath becomes a reminder that you are sustained by a love far older than your fears and far stronger than your uncertainties. Nothing must be proven tonight. Nothing must be earned. Love has already drawn near. There are seasons when the soul feels like an orchard in late autumn. Branches stand empty. Familiar songs seem distant. Prayers appear to disappear into silent skies. Such moments are not signs of abandonment. They are invitations to trust what cannot yet be seen. Beneath frozen ground, roots continue drinking hidden streams. Beneath quiet hearts, grace continues its unseen work. Christ delights in transforming what appears ordinary. He notices the unnoticed. A trembling whisper becomes worship. A weary sigh becomes prayer. A single act of forgiveness becomes the beginning of freedom. Heaven celebrates these quiet offerings more deeply than accomplishments that draw the applause of crowds. No storm has ever rewritten his character. Clouds may cover the stars, but they cannot extinguish them. Likewise, confusion may hide his nearness from your feelings, yet his faithfulness remains untouched. The one who spoke galaxies into being continues speaking hope into hearts that have nearly forgotten how to hope. Imagine walking through an ancient forest before sunrise. Tall trees stand in peaceful expectation while tiny drops of dew cling to every leaf. The world appears to pause between darkness and morning. Such moments reveal a mystery often overlooked. Creation never struggles to receive the light. It simply opens itself when dawn arrives. The soul flourishes in the same surrender. There is profound freedom in releasing the need to control every outcome. Human hands were never designed to carry tomorrow's burdens before tomorrow arrives. The future belongs safely within the wisdom of Christ. Your calling today is simply to trust the next step illuminated before you. Many fears are born from imagining roads that have not yet been traveled. Love calls the heart back to the present, where grace is always sufficient. Like fresh water bubbling from a hidden spring, his strength rises exactly where it is needed, never too late, never too little. Even your unanswered questions have become part of your conversation with him. He is not threatened by uncertainty. He is not disappointed by weakness. He is never impatient with honest longing. His compassion stretches farther than the horizon where sea and sky embrace each other in quiet harmony. Notice how birds greet the morning without knowing where every meal will come from. Flowers unfold their petals without demanding guarantees from the changing seasons. Mountains remain unmoved while countless winds pass over them. All creation quietly reflects a confidence rooted in the faithfulness of its Creator. What if your heart learned that same peaceful confidence? Not confidence in perfect circumstances. Not confidence in personal strength. But confidence that Christ remains trustworthy regardless of changing seasons. There are memories that still ache when touched. Regrets that whisper during sleepless nights. Dreams that seem buried beneath years of disappointment. None of these stories frighten the Redeemer. He gathers every fractured piece with astonishing tenderness, never wasting what appears beyond repair. A mosaic is not beautiful because every fragment remained whole. Its beauty emerges because broken pieces are placed together by a patient artist. So too does Christ create unexpected beauty from surrendered lives. Scars become testimonies. Tears become rivers of compassion. Waiting becomes wisdom. Silence itself can become sacred when shared with Him. Words are precious, yet there are moments when the deepest communion requires none at all. A peaceful heart resting before Christ resembles a meadow beneath gentle rain. Nothing dramatic appears to happen, yet every root drinks deeply from hidden nourishment. How quietly transformation unfolds. Pride softens into humility. Restlessness settles into contentment. Fear loosens its grip. Bitterness gives way to mercy. The soul begins to resemble the one it beholds. The fragrance of cedar after rain lingers long after the storm has passed. In similar fashion, time spent in the presence of Christ leaves traces upon the heart that accompany every conversation, every decision, every unseen moment of ordinary life. His peace quietly follows those who have learned to dwell with Him. Even now, unseen mercies surround you. Angels need no applause to fulfill their purpose. Grace requires no audience to accomplish its work. Hope continues growing where faith chooses to remain. Every heartbeat echoes the generosity of the One who sustains all things. Night deepens, yet darkness has never possessed the final word. Beyond every horizon, morning patiently prepares its arrival. Long before human eyes witness its beauty, light is already advancing across the earth. So it is with every promise Christ has spoken. Though fulfillment may seem distant, His purposes are already moving toward completion. Rest beneath that assurance. Lay aside every hidden burden. Release every anxious calculation. Allow your spirit to become as still as a lake reflecting the quiet brilliance of countless stars. Nothing within your life has escaped His loving attention. Nothing before you exceeds His wisdom. Nothing behind you has exhausted His mercy. Remain in this peaceful nearness. Let trust blossom gently like wildflowers after spring rain. Let gratitude awaken like birds greeting the first golden rays of morning. Let surrender become as natural as rivers flowing toward the sea. Within the embrace of Christ, the soul discovers that true strength is not found in holding tighter, but in resting more deeply within everlasting love. Some journeys cannot be measured by distance. They unfold within the hidden landscape of the soul, where valleys of uncertainty meet hills of quiet hope. Along these unseen paths, the Savior walks without haste. Every step He takes is marked by kindness, and every moment beside Him teaches the weary spirit that it was never meant to carry life alone. Look toward the heavens in your imagination. Countless stars shimmer across the vastness, each one held in perfect order though separated by unimaginable space. Their silent harmony whispers of a wisdom greater than human understanding. In that same wisdom, every detail of your life is known. What appears tangled from the ground is already woven into a design shaped by eternal hands. There are burdens that words cannot fully describe. Some sorrows settle so deeply that they become part of the silence itself. Yet even there, where language falls away, Christ remains present. He understands tears before they leave your eyes. He recognizes weariness hidden beneath cheerful conversations. Nothing within your heart requires explanation before Him. Imagine an ancient vineyard resting beneath the warmth of late afternoon. Branches stretch quietly toward the sun, drawing life from a vine whose roots reach far beneath the surface. No branch creates its own fruit. It simply remains connected to its source. Such is the mystery of the spiritual life. Peace is not manufactured through effort. Joy is not forced into existence. Love grows naturally where the soul remains close to the one from whom all life flows. Many spend years attempting to become stronger by holding everything together. Heaven offers another way. The strongest heart is often the one that has learned to open itself completely, allowing divine grace to accomplish what determination alone never could. Surrender is not weakness. It is the quiet courage to believe that infinite wisdom sees farther than limited vision. Like snow melting into a mountain stream, resistance slowly disappears when touched by the warmth of divine mercy. The heart no longer struggles to defend itself. It begins instead to trust the one who has never abandoned his own. Every season carries its own sacred lesson. Spring teaches hope after long winters. Summer speaks of abundance freely given. Autumn reminds us that releasing what has completed its purpose creates space for what is yet to come. Winter whispers that hidden life continues even beneath frozen ground. No season remains forever. The same is true of every trial. The darkness that seems endless today cannot prevent the arrival of God's appointed morning. Consider the quiet strength of an oak standing beside a flowing river. Storm after storm has passed across its branches. Winds have bent it. Rain has soaked it. Winter has stripped its leaves. Yet each passing season has only deepened its roots. In much the same way, every challenge surrendered to Christ becomes an opportunity for unseen growth. The world often celebrates speed. Love unfolds slowly. The world rewards appearance. Grace transforms the unseen. The world urges constant activity. Heaven invites abiding. How gentle is this invitation! No demand presses upon your shoulders. No impossible expectation weighs upon your spirit. Only the quiet assurance that you are deeply loved before accomplishing another single thing. The fragrance of blooming jasmine drifts effortlessly through evening air. It never strives to announce its beauty. It simply becomes what it was created to be. Likewise, a soul resting in Christ begins to reflect His character without anxious striving. Compassion becomes more natural. Patience grows deeper. Kindness flows with quiet consistency. Transformation often arrives unnoticed. One day forgiveness feels impossible. Months later bitterness has quietly disappeared. Fear once ruled every decision. Now trust rises almost instinctively. The miracle has been taking place all along beneath the surface. Faith resembles a lantern carried through unfamiliar woods. It does not illuminate the entire forest. It simply provides enough light for the next faithful step. The journey unfolds not through complete understanding but through continual trust. How often the heart longs to see the destination before taking the path. Love gently teaches another rhythm. Walk first. Understanding follows. Morning mist hides distant hills, yet travelers continue because they know the road still exists. In seasons when clarity feels distant, Christ Himself becomes the path beneath your feet. His presence is more dependable than certainty. His companionship is richer than explanation. Listen inwardly. Notice the quiet places that once echoed with anxiety. See how stillness has begun to settle there. Notice memories once wrapped in pain becoming softened by compassion. Observe how hope quietly returns like birds gathering before sunrise. These are holy movements. Not dramatic. Not loud. Simply faithful. The shepherd delights in carrying what his sheep cannot. No burden becomes lighter through endless worry. Every burden becomes lighter when placed into hands stronger than our own. The soul discovers remarkable freedom when it finally believes it does not have to be its own protector. Perhaps tonight your heart feels fragile. Perhaps unanswered prayers still linger. Perhaps tomorrow seems uncertain. Even so, the one who calmed the sea remains unchanged. His peace is not dependent upon favorable circumstances. His presence does not diminish when emotions fluctuate. His promises remain steady when everything else appears uncertain. Lift your attention toward the horizon of eternity. Every sorrow has an ending. Every wound has a redeemer. Every faithful step carries eternal significance. Nothing entrusted to Christ disappears into emptiness. Nothing surrendered to Him is forgotten. Nothing offered in love is ever wasted. The wind passes through fields of wheat, causing countless stalks to bow together in quiet harmony. Their strength is revealed not through rigid resistance but through graceful yielding. There is profound wisdom in such gentleness. Hearts become resilient not by refusing to bend, but by trusting the one who steadies them through every changing season. Remain here in the stillness. Let silence become a sanctuary rather than an emptiness. Allow gratitude to settle gently upon your spirit like evening dew upon fresh grass. Receive mercy as naturally as dry earth welcomes rain. Rest within a love deeper than the oceans, brighter than the morning sky, steadier than ancient hills, and nearer than your own heartbeat. The gaze of Christ has never wandered from you. His compassion has never grown weary. His faithfulness has never faded with passing years. Within that unchanging love, every restless corner of the soul slowly discovers its true home, where peace is no longer something to seek, but someone in whom to abide forever. Twilight has yielded to the quiet embrace of night, and the world seems to breathe more slowly. Trees stand in reverent stillness beneath the stars, rivers continue their hidden songs through darkened valleys, and the heavens stretch above like an endless tapestry woven with silent wonder. In this peaceful hour, the soul is gently invited to leave behind every demand and enter the sanctuary of simple presence. No heart arrives here untouched by the journey. Some carry invisible scars left by words spoken carelessly. Others bear the quiet exhaustion of long seasons spent waiting for answers that never seem to come. Many have learned to smile while carrying burdens too heavy for anyone else to notice. Yet none of these hidden weights remain unseen. Every thread of your story rests within the compassionate gaze of Christ, who reads the language of the heart more clearly than any spoken prayer. A meadow covered in wildflowers does not bloom because it struggles against the earth. Its beauty emerges because unseen roots receive what the soil freely offers. In much the same way, the deepest transformation begins beneath the surface, where trust quietly drinks from the inexhaustible kindness of God. Growth often unfolds in places no one applauds, where only heaven witnesses the slow unfolding of grace. There is a gentle freedom in no longer trying to rescue yourself. How exhausting it is to believe every answer depends upon your own understanding. The mind circles endlessly around tomorrow, searching for certainty like a traveler wandering through dense fog. Yet Christ does not invite weary souls to master every mystery. He simply extends his hand and whispers peace into places where fear once claimed authority. Morning never forces the darkness to leave. Light arrives according to its own faithful rhythm, and the shadows quietly surrender. Such is the way divine love enters the hidden chambers of the Spirit. It does not wage frantic battles against every anxious thought. It simply shines with such unwavering goodness that fear gradually loses its power to remain. Perhaps there are prayers you have carried for years. Names spoken through tears. Dreams entrusted to heaven. Questions resting without answers. Silence can sometimes feel like absence, yet the deepest roots grow where eyes cannot see. Beneath the quiet surface, eternal purposes continue unfolding with remarkable precision. Nothing entrusted to Christ is forgotten. Every prayer remains safely held within wisdom that reaches beyond time itself. Imagine standing beside the sea before sunrise. Gentle waves kiss the shore again and again, never growing weary of their faithful rhythm. Their constancy reflects something eternal. The mercy of Christ approaches the soul in much the same way, never exhausted by human weakness, never discouraged by repeated failures, never diminished by yesterday's mistakes. How remarkable that infinite holiness draws near rather than away. Where shame expects rejection, compassion arrives. Where regret builds walls, forgiveness opens doors. Where despair whispers finality, hope quietly plants new beginnings. This is the mystery of redeeming love. Not merely correcting behavior. Not merely soothing emotion. But awakening the deepest identity hidden beneath every wound. The eagle rises because it trusts the unseen currents of the wind. It does not create the air beneath its wings. It simply yields itself to a strength greater than its own. So the soul learns to rise by resting within the sustaining presence of Christ rather than relying upon personal effort alone. Many fear surrender because they mistake it for losing control. Yet surrender in the hands of perfect love is not loss. It is homecoming. It is the quiet recognition that the one guiding your life is infinitely wiser than every fear attempting to direct your path. Notice how moonlight transforms an ordinary landscape. Hills become softer. Waters shimmer with unexpected beauty. Familiar places appear filled with quiet mystery. The presence of Christ changes the way the heart sees life itself. Circumstances may remain unchanged, yet everything begins to carry the gentle glow of eternal hope. There are seasons when faith resembles walking through ancient woods beneath a canopy of towering trees. The destination remains hidden beyond each bend in the trail. Even so, every step reveals enough ground upon which to continue. Trust does not require complete visibility. It simply chooses to believe that love already stands beyond the next turn. Patience becomes a sacred companion. Not passive waiting. Not reluctant endurance. Rather, the peaceful confidence that every hour unfolds beneath the careful attention of the shepherd who never abandons his flock. The fragrance of pine after rainfall lingers long after the clouds have disappeared. In similar fashion, moments spent with Christ leave quiet traces upon the soul. They shape conversations with greater gentleness. They soften responses once ruled by irritation. They create compassion where judgment once flourished. Transformation rarely announces itself. It arrives quietly. A little more forgiveness today. A little less fear tomorrow. A deeper capacity to listen. A gentler response to disappointment. An unexpected peace while circumstances remain unresolved. Grace often works like hidden springs feeding a river from beneath the earth. No one sees their beginning. Everyone benefits from their flowing. How tenderly Christ cares for every hidden place within you. He remembers forgotten dreams. He understands unanswered tears. He cherishes every act of quiet faithfulness unnoticed by the world. Nothing offered in love escapes his attention. Nothing surrendered in trust loses its eternal value. Look toward the distant mountains in your imagination. Their peaks remain steady while clouds drift across their faces. Storms visit them. Snow covers them. Sunlight warms them again. Through every changing season they remain unmoved. Such steadfastness reflects the character of Christ. Human emotions shift like weather, but his faithfulness stands unchanged across every generation. The heart slowly discovers that peace is not found by escaping every storm. Peace grows by learning whose voice remains trustworthy within the storm. That voice never rushes, never condemns, never withdraws. It speaks with quiet authority born from perfect love. Even now, unseen blessings gather like dawn beyond the eastern horizon. Mercy prepares tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. Strength is already waiting where future burdens will appear. Grace travels ahead of every step you have yet to take. Remain within this holy stillness. Allow every anxious thought to settle like leaves resting upon the forest floor after autumn winds have passed. Receive hope as dry fields welcome gentle rain. Let trust stretch upward like vines seeking sunlight after a long winter. Rest beneath the shelter of everlasting kindness. The heart of Christ surrounds you more completely than the night surrounds the earth. His compassion reaches deeper than hidden roots beneath ancient cedars. His wisdom flows more faithfully than rivers finding their way to the sea. His love remains brighter than the first golden light that crowns the morning sky. Within that unfailing embrace, every restless longing begins to find its answer, every fearful heartbeat discovers quiet assurance, and the soul learns, little by little, that its truest dwelling has always been in the presence of the one whose love never fades. Night has unfolded its quiet canopy across the earth, and every distant sound seems softened by mercy. The winds move gently through the branches as though creation itself has entered a sacred pause. Somewhere beyond the reach of human sight, the stars continue their silent procession, bearing witness to a faithfulness that has never faltered. Within this stillness, the heart is invited to loosen its grasp and simply be. There are moments when the soul resembles a traveler standing at the edge of a vast wilderness. The road behind is marked by memories both beautiful and painful. The path ahead disappears beyond unseen hills. Uncertainty can feel like an endless horizon, stretching farther than courage seems able to reach. Yet Christ never asks his beloved to navigate the unknown alone. Before your feet ever touch tomorrow's path, his footsteps have already blessed the ground. The deepest rivers are often the quietest. Their strength does not depend upon noise but upon depth. In the same way, a heart shaped by the presence of Christ gradually learns that peace is not the absence of hardship but the presence of unwavering love flowing beneath every circumstance. Surface waters may ripple beneath changing winds, yet the current below moves with calm assurance toward its appointed destination. Many fears are born from imagining that everything depends upon our own ability to hold life together. We tighten our hands around situations we cannot control, hoping determination will produce security. Slowly, exhaustion settles in like heavy mist over a valley. Love offers another way. Open hands receive what clenched hands cannot. Surrender becomes the doorway through which quiet strength enters. Imagine a field waiting beneath the first light of spring. For months it appeared empty, almost forgotten. Frost covered its surface. Rain soaked its soil. Cold winds swept across its silence. Yet hidden beneath the earth, life continued its patient preparation. What seemed barren was becoming fertile. The work I could witness would soon cover the landscape with unexpected beauty. The heart often passes through similar seasons. Waiting is not wasted. Silence is not empty. Hiddenness is not abandonment. Within every season that appears still, grace continues shaping what only eternity fully understands. Christ delights in places where hope has grown faint. He enters forgotten corners of the soul without hesitation, carrying neither accusation nor disappointment. His presence resembles warm sunlight reaching an old garden after endless rain. What once seemed incapable of blooming slowly begins to awaken beneath his gentle care. No wound surprises him. No weakness discourages him. No question diminishes his compassion. Every hidden ache is welcomed into the healing embrace of divine tenderness. The sky before dawn possesses a remarkable mystery. Darkness has not yet disappeared, yet the promise of morning has already begun. Colors too delicate for daylight slowly emerge along the horizon. Hope often arrives in much the same way. It rarely appears all at once. Instead, it grows quietly within the soul until one day the heart realizes that despair no longer occupies the place it once claimed. Listen to the rhythm of your own breathing. Without striving, each breath arrives as a gift. Without effort, life continues flowing through you. Grace follows this same gentle pattern. It is not manufactured. It is received. Like rain descending upon thirsty ground, divine love refreshes every heart willing to remain open. There is remarkable beauty in becoming small before God. The world teaches the pursuit of greatness through achievement, influence, and recognition. Heaven reveals another path entirely. A humble spirit, willing to trust beyond understanding, reflects a beauty that cannot be measured by earthly standards. The quiet surrender of one faithful heart brings delight to the kingdom in ways unseen by human eyes. Consider the patient rhythm of the ocean. Countless waves reach the shore only to return again, each movement part of a greater harmony stretching beyond the horizon. Nothing is hurried. Nothing is wasted. Such constancy reveals something of Christ's own heart. Day after day, His mercy reaches toward you with the same faithful tenderness, never diminished by yesterday's failures or today's uncertainty. There are memories you have carried for years. Some still shine with gratitude. Others ache with unfinished sorrow. Even those painful places become sacred when placed before the One who transforms scars into testimonies of redeeming love. He does not erase your story. He redeems it. Like a master weaver gathering threads of every color, He forms beauty from moments that once appeared meaningless. Joy and grief, celebration and waiting, strength and weakness all become part of a tapestry whose full design can only be seen from eternity. The fragrance of lavender lingers long after evening breezes have passed. Likewise, time spent resting with Christ quietly remains within the heart long after prayers have ended. His peace accompanies ordinary moments. It softens hurried conversations. It steadies anxious decisions. It teaches gentleness where impatience once flourished. Real transformation often escapes immediate notice. Pride slowly yields to humility. Resentment gives way to compassion. Impatience becomes quiet endurance. Fear loses its authority. Love quietly assumes the place once occupied by anxiety. These miracles unfold without spectacle, yet they carry the unmistakable fingerprints of heaven. The moon reflects a light it does not create. In the same way, every act of kindness, every word of encouragement, every gentle expression of forgiveness becomes possible because the soul reflects the radiance of Christ dwelling within. The closer we remain to Him, the more naturally His light shines through ordinary lives. Nothing in creation rushes its appointed season. The blossom does not compete with the fruit. The river does not envy the mountain. The sparrow does not question the morning. Each fulfills its purpose by simply remaining within the wisdom of its Creator. May your heart discover that same quiet freedom. Release the pressure to become everything at once. Receive today's grace. Walk today's path. Trust tomorrow into hands already holding it. Beyond every unanswered question stands a Savior whose wisdom cannot fail. Beyond every disappointment waits a mercy not yet revealed. Beyond every night stretches the certainty of another dawn. The shepherd remains watchful even while his flock sleeps. His care does not pause when your strength is gone. While you rest, his faithfulness continues its gentle work. While your eyes are closed, his love never slumbers. Every heartbeat remains safely held within his everlasting attention. Allow your thoughts to become as peaceful as snow settling upon distant hills. Let every lingering burden drift away like autumn leaves carried along a quiet stream. Receive forgiveness as flowers receive the morning dew. Welcome hope as the earth welcomes the returning warmth of spring. Remain beneath the shelter of everlasting grace. Christ is nearer than every fear. His promises are stronger than every uncertainty. His compassion reaches farther than every regret. His peace is deeper than every sorrow. His love surrounds you as the horizon embraces both sea and sky, without beginning, without ending, constant through every changing season. Here the soul no longer struggles to prove its worth. Here it remembers what has always been true. It is deeply known, completely welcomed, faithfully sustained, and eternally cherished within the boundless heart of the one whose presence is the quiet home every restless spirit has been seeking all along. The earth has grown wonderfully quiet. The hurried voices of the day have faded into the distance, leaving only the soft cadence of creation at rest. Somewhere, a breeze glides across open fields. Somewhere, gentle waters continue their unseen course beneath the moon. Above it all, the heavens remain vast and patient, reminding every searching heart that eternity has never been hurried. This quiet hour is not empty. It is filled with invitation. An invitation to release the weight that has settled upon your shoulders. An invitation to loosen every anxious thought. An invitation to discover once more that Christ is nearer than every breath you draw. The soul often resembles a garden that has weathered many seasons. Some places bloom with gratitude, bright as wildflowers beneath the summer sun. Other corners remain tangled with forgotten grief, hidden beneath vines that have grown silently through passing years. Yet the divine gardener never grows discouraged by neglected ground. His hands know exactly how to cultivate life where hope appears to have vanished. No branch heals itself. No flower persuades itself to bloom. Growth begins with receiving. Love follows the same sacred rhythm. The heart becomes whole not by striving endlessly toward perfection, but by remaining open to the quiet work of grace. Imagine standing upon the shore of a peaceful lake just before sunrise. The surface reflects the last stars of the night while the first colors of dawn begin to awaken along the horizon. Heaven and earth seem to meet upon the still waters. In such moments, nothing feels rushed. Everything unfolds with gentle certainty. So too does Christ shape the inner life. His wisdom is never hurried. His timing is never careless. His compassion never arrives too late. Many imagine that strength is found in certainty, yet the strongest faith often grows where certainty has given way to trust. Like a sailor guided across unseen waters by faithful stars, the believer learns to move forward, not because every destination is visible, but because the one who leads has never lost his way. There are questions that remain unanswered. Dreams that seem suspended between promise and fulfillment. Doors that have remained closed despite countless prayers. Even these places become holy when placed into the keeping of Christ. His silence is never indifference. His waiting is never neglect. Hidden beneath every delay are purposes woven with a wisdom that stretches far beyond human sight. A mountain does not fear the passing clouds. It remains rooted while shadows drift across its face. In much the same way, a heart anchored in Christ slowly discovers a peace that no passing circumstance can steal. Emotions may rise like changing weather. Difficulties may arrive without warning. Yet beneath every outward movement lies a foundation that remains wonderfully secure. How gentle is the patience of God! He never rushes the weary. He never mocks the doubting. He never turns away from those who return to him with trembling hearts. Mercy waits with the tenderness of morning light entering a quiet room, illuminating without wounding, revealing without condemning. There is beauty in becoming still enough to notice what has always been present. The whisper of grace. The quiet comfort that arrives without explanation. The unexpected calm resting beneath the surface of troubled thoughts. The subtle assurance that you are being carried, even when your own strength has grown thin. The forest does not question whether spring will return. Its roots simply remain where life can find them. Likewise, the soul flourishes when it remains deeply rooted in Christ. Storms may bend its branches. Winters may strip away familiar comforts. Yet hidden life continues flowing through every season because the source remains unchanging. Sometimes healing arrives like rain. Sometimes it comes like sunlight. Sometimes it unfolds so quietly that only years later do we recognize how profoundly we have been changed. Old fears lose their voice. Old wounds lose their power. Old burdens no longer define the journey. Grace accomplishes its finest work beneath the surface. The fragrance of cedar lingers after the wind has passed through the mountains. In a similar way, moments spent resting in the presence of Christ leave a quiet fragrance upon the soul. They accompany ordinary conversations. They soften hurried responses. They shape unseen decisions with a wisdom born not from effort but from abiding love. There is profound freedom in no longer needing to understand everything. The river reaches the sea without knowing every bend awaiting its journey. The migrating birds cross endless skies guided by instincts placed within them by their Creator. The moon faithfully reflects light through every changing phase. Creation trusts the wisdom that sustains it. What peace enters the heart when it learns that same trust? The seasons that brought laughter. The nights filled with tears. The prayers whispered through uncertainty. The quiet victories no one else ever noticed. Each has become part of a story still being written by hands marked with redeeming love. Nothing beautiful has been forgotten. Nothing painful has been wasted. Nothing surrendered has been lost. The shepherd who calls every sheep by name continues watching over your life with tireless devotion. His care does not diminish when your faith feels small. His faithfulness is not measured by your emotions. His presence remains constant, like the steady rhythm of the tides shaped by a moon they cannot even touch. Rest is one of heaven's quiet gifts. Not merely the rest of the body. The deeper rest of the spirit. The kind that no circumstance can manufacture. The kind that grows when striving gives way to trust. The kind that blossoms when the soul remembers it is loved before it accomplishes anything at all. Picture an ancient olive tree standing beneath countless generations of stars. It has witnessed storms, droughts, harvests, and peaceful nights beyond number. Though seasons have changed around it, its roots have remained faithful to hidden streams. Such steadfastness becomes possible for every heart that drinks deeply from the life of Christ. This sacred stillness is preparing you, not by adding more weight, by gently removing what was never yours to carry. Fear begins to loosen. Control slowly relaxes. Hope quietly stretches toward eternity. Love becomes the deepest language of the soul. Already tomorrow rests safely within the Father's wisdom. Already grace has gone ahead of every step you will take. Already mercy is waiting where new challenges will appear. Already peace surrounds you like gentle mist embracing quiet hills before dawn. Remain here for a little longer. Let silence become your companion rather than your concern. Allow gratitude to settle softly within you like blossoms falling upon a quiet stream. Receive each breath as evidence of sustaining love. Welcome every heartbeat as a reminder that you are held by one whose care never grows weary. Christ remains closer than the whisper of the wind through evening trees, steadier than the ancient constellations above the sleeping world, more faithful than the returning dawn, and more tender than the first rays of sunlight touching dew-covered fields. Within his presence, every restless longing finds its true refuge, every hidden fear is gently quieted, and every surrendered heart discovers that the safest place in all creation has always been the embrace of everlasting love. The final hush of the day rests gently upon the earth, as though all creation has bowed its head in quiet reverence. The hills fade into soft silhouettes beneath the night sky, while distant streams continue their patient song through unseen valleys. Every leaf, every breeze, every constellation seems to belong to a sacred rhythm that neither rushes nor hesitates. In such stillness, the soul remembers that peace is not something to chase. It is something to receive. There comes a moment when striving grows tired of itself. The endless effort to predict every tomorrow. The quiet habit of carrying burdens too heavy for human hands. The hidden fear that somehow everything depends upon us. Grace meets us precisely there, where strength begins to surrender and trust quietly awakens. A child asleep in loving arms does not remain awake to guard the house. Rest itself becomes an act of confidence. In much the same way, every surrendered heart quietly declares that Christ remains faithful even while human strength sleeps. Such trust is not passive. It is one of the deepest expressions of faith the soul can offer. Look in your imagination toward a wide expanse of open countryside beneath countless stars. The fields lie still after the harvest. The earth appears silent, yet beneath the surface countless unseen processes continue without interruption. Roots gather nourishment. Seeds rest within hidden promise. Life prepares for another season long before morning reveals its work. So it is with the unseen movements of God. Even when nothing appears to change, divine love continues shaping what human eyes cannot yet perceive. Nothing holy is ever rushed. Every sunrise arrives at its appointed hour. Every blossom opens in its season. Every promise unfolds according to perfect wisdom. The heart learns patience not because waiting becomes easy, but because Christ proves himself trustworthy through every quiet season. There are memories that once seemed impossible to carry. Moments of disappointment. Hours of loneliness. Prayers whispered through tears that no one else ever witnessed. Yet somehow you have been brought to this very moment. Not because you never stumbled, but because unseen mercy has walked beside you through every valley, sustaining you even when you could not recognize its presence. Like a lighthouse standing firm above restless waves, Christ remains constant while circumstances continue to rise and fall. Storms may surround the coastline. Winds may shake the sea. Yet the light never grows uncertain. It shines with the same quiet faithfulness through every darkness, guiding weary travelers toward safe harbor. The human heart often longs for immediate answers. Heaven often offers abiding presence. One satisfies curiosity. The other transforms the soul. How remarkable that the Savior chooses companionship over mere explanation. Rather than removing every mystery, he walks with his beloved through them, revealing his character one faithful step at a time. The fragrance of fresh rain upon dry earth carries the promise of renewal. Long before flowers appear, the ground has already begun drinking deeply. So too does the soul receive healing before visible change becomes evident. Grace enters hidden places first. Outward transformation quietly follows. Notice how gently dawn arrives. No trumpet announces its coming. No violence pushes away the night. Light simply grows stronger until darkness quietly yields. The love of Christ works with that same peaceful authority. It does not force the heart. It patiently illumines every hidden place until fear no longer finds room to remain. There is wisdom in becoming still enough to recognize what has always been true. You have never walked alone. You have never prayed unheard. You have never wept unnoticed. You have never been abandoned. Even during seasons when heaven seemed silent, the shepherd remained close, carrying what you could not see and protecting what you did not know was in danger. Mountains stand for centuries because their foundations reach far beneath what is visible. A faith rooted in Christ grows in much the same way. Its greatest strength develops beneath the surface, where trust quietly deepens through ordinary days, hidden prayers, and countless acts of unnoticed surrender. Not every miracle arrives with astonishment. Some appear as unexpected peace. Some as the courage to forgive. Some as quiet endurance. Some as joy returning after a long season of sorrow. These gentle wonders often reveal the deepest movements of heaven. Imagine a flock of birds carried effortlessly upon warm currents high above the earth. They are lifted by forces invisible to the eye, trusting what they cannot fully comprehend. The soul also discovers unexpected freedom when it ceases striving against divine love and allows itself to be carried by grace stronger than its own determination. No failure has rewritten your identity. No regret has exhausted redemption. No weakness has diminished the tenderness of Christ. His love reaches beyond every limitation that fear attempts to place upon your future. The stars remain above the clouds even when hidden from view. Likewise, eternal truth remains unchanged even when emotions struggle to perceive it. Feelings may shift with changing seasons, but the promises of Christ remain as steadfast as the heavens He fashioned. There is a sacred simplicity found in placing tomorrow into His hands. The future no longer needs to be solved tonight. The unanswered questions no longer need immediate conclusions. The road ahead no longer demands complete visibility. One faithful step is enough. One quiet prayer is enough. One willing heart is enough. The gardener who planted every hope within you knows exactly how to bring each seed to its appointed harvest. The shepherd who called you by name before you understood His voice continues watching with unwavering affection. The Redeemer who carried the cross continues carrying every soul that chooses to rest within His embrace. Listen to the silence now. It is no longer empty. It has become filled with gentle assurance. Every breath speaks of sustaining mercy. Every heartbeat echoes undeserved grace. Every moment of stillness becomes a sanctuary where love quietly accomplishes what effort never could. Soon another morning will rise beyond the horizon. Birds will greet the light. Fields will awaken beneath golden skies. The world will begin again. Yet something within you has already begun changing tonight. Not through striving. Not through certainty. But through quiet communion with the One whose presence renews all things. Remain beneath His care. Rest beneath His promises. Sleep beneath His watchful love. Let your spirit settle like a feather upon calm waters, carried without fear. Let your thoughts become as peaceful as distant hills resting beneath moonlight. Let your heart open like a flower welcoming the first warmth of spring after a long winter. Christ remains with you through every silence, every season, every sunrise, and every shadow. His compassion does not diminish with time. His faithfulness does not fade with changing years. His love surrounds you more completely than the night surrounds the resting earth. And when the first light of a new day finally touches the horizon, may your soul awaken with the quiet certainty that it has always been safely held within everlasting arms, where every fear finds its end, every burden finds its release, and every longing finds its eternal home. A quiet radiance lingers over the world as though heaven itself has drawn a gentle curtain around the earth. The clamor of yesterday has dissolved into the distance, leaving only the sacred hush that invites the soul to listen. In this holy stillness, nothing needs to be achieved. Nothing must be defended. The heart is simply welcomed into the nearness of Christ, where love speaks more deeply than words ever could. Within every life there are hidden pathways known only to God. They wind through forgotten joys, silent disappointments, unexpected mercies, and moments that shape the spirit without announcing their significance. The traveler often sees only the next bend, yet the one who walks beside you beholds the entire landscape. Every step rests within his perfect understanding, even when your own vision reaches only a little farther than your feet. Picture a vineyard resting beneath the pale glow of early morning. Tiny droplets cling to each vine, shimmering before the rising sun. Nothing strains to become fruitful. Every branch simply remains where life is flowing. The quiet miracle unfolds because nourishment moves unseen from root to stem, from stem to fruit. Such is the mystery of abiding in Christ. Transformation is born not from restless effort but from remaining close to the source of all life. The world often teaches the soul to accumulate more certainty, more recognition, more control. The kingdom gently teaches another rhythm. Release, receive, remain. The empty hands of surrender become the fullest hands of all, for they are able to receive what grace freely gives. There are seasons when the heart resembles an old path through a forest after countless travelers have passed. Dust settles. Stones become worn. Familiar disappointments leave their quiet marks. Then comes the gentle rain. Without fanfare, it softens hardened ground and awakens fragrances long hidden within the earth. In the same way, the compassion of Christ refreshes places that have grown dry through worry, disappointment, or quiet endurance. What once felt brittle begins to soften beneath his faithful care. Not every answer arrives in the form expected. Sometimes guidance appears as unexpected peace. Sometimes it comes through patient waiting. Sometimes it is found in the strength to continue walking without complete understanding. His wisdom often resembles the slow unfolding of dawn, revealing enough light for the present hour while gently keeping tomorrow within loving hands. Lift your thoughts toward the open sky. Clouds may gather for a season, yet beyond them the sun continues shining with undiminished brilliance. So it is with the love of Christ. Circumstances may obscure your awareness of His presence, but they cannot diminish His faithfulness. The heavens do not cease because they are hidden from sight. Neither does His mercy. Listen to the quiet lessons carried by creation. A stream does not struggle to find its song. The cedar does not compare its height with neighboring trees. The robin welcomes morning without demanding to know what the day will hold. Each simply lives within the wisdom of its Creator. How peaceful the soul becomes when it learns that same holy simplicity. There are prayers still resting in the silence. Names carried tenderly before God. Dreams that seem suspended between longing and fulfillment. Tears remembered only by heaven. None have disappeared. Every whispered hope has been gathered into the heart of Christ, where nothing entrusted in faith is ever forgotten. Imagine a valley wrapped in gentle mist before sunrise. The outlines of hills remain hidden, yet they have not vanished. As light slowly spreads across the landscape, what was once uncertain becomes beautifully clear. Faith often journeys through similar mornings. Clarity arrives gradually, teaching the heart to trust the character of Christ before seeing the fullness of His plan. How tender is His patience! He never grows weary of your questions. He never withdraws because of your weakness. He never measures your worth by your accomplishments. His delight rests in your presence, just as a loving shepherd delights simply in being near the flock entrusted to his care. The deepest healing often begins where no one else can witness it. Old fears quietly loosen. Harsh self-judgment gives way to compassion. Hidden shame slowly dissolves beneath forgiveness. Hope returns like green shoots emerging after a long winter, fragile at first, yet filled with undeniable life. Grace rarely announces itself with great noise. It resembles sunlight filtering through leaves. A brook nourishing unseen roots. The fragrance carried by evening blossoms. The steady rhythm of waves smoothing rough stones along the shore. Little by little, Christ shapes the soul with a gentleness that never wounds and a wisdom that never fails. There is profound freedom in discovering that you do not have to hold every piece of your life together. The one who numbers the stars has not misplaced your future. The one who clothes the lilies has not overlooked your needs. The one who calmed the sea is not unsettled by the storms that trouble your heart. What appears overwhelming to human strength remains entirely within His sovereign care. Consider the quiet beauty of migrating swans crossing an endless sky. They move with graceful confidence, carried by currents invisible to those below. The believer also learns to trust unseen grace, allowing the Spirit to sustain what personal strength never could. Every faithful step becomes lighter when it rests upon divine faithfulness rather than human certainty. Even now, unseen blessings are unfolding. Mercy is preparing tomorrow. Wisdom is shaping circumstances beyond your awareness. Love is weaving together moments that seem unrelated into a masterpiece only eternity will fully reveal. Nothing surrendered to Christ loses its meaning. Nothing offered in trust disappears unnoticed. Nothing placed into His hands remains without purpose. As evening deepens once more, allow your spirit to become quiet like a lantern glowing gently beside a country path. It does not illuminate the entire horizon. It offers enough light for the next step, enough warmth for the present moment, enough assurance to continue without fear. Remain here in this sacred calm. Let every anxious thought drift away like petals carried upon a slow-moving river. Let gratitude rise as naturally as birds greeting the morning. Let trust settle into your heart like snow upon distant peaks, bringing a silence filled not with emptiness but with peace. Christ is your steady horizon when the landscape changes. He is the living spring beneath seasons of drought. He is the gentle flame that neither fierce winds nor deepest darkness can extinguish. He is the quiet companion who never hurries ahead and never lingers behind. Within his everlasting presence, the soul discovers that its truest journey has never been about reaching a distant destination, but about awakening, moment by moment, to the immeasurable love that has surrounded it from the very beginning and will remain long after every earthly night has given way to eternal morning. The world has grown quiet enough to hear what daylight often conceals. Beneath the velvet canopy of heaven, where countless stars shimmer like promises scattered across eternity, the soul is invited into a deeper stillness. Every hurried thought begins to soften. Every anxious breath gradually finds a gentler rhythm. What seemed urgent only moments ago slowly fades into the background, leaving room for the quiet companionship of Christ. There is a sacred difference between being alone and being held. Loneliness whispers that no one understands. Love quietly answers that every hidden sorrow has already been seen. Isolation builds walls around the heart. Grace opens a window where fresh air begins to enter. Without raising his voice, Christ comes near enough for the wounded spirit to discover that it has never truly been abandoned. Imagine an ancient orchard beneath the silver glow of moonlight. The trees stand motionless, their branches resting after a long season of bearing fruit. Nothing appears to be happening. Yet deep beneath the surface, roots continue their silent work, drawing life from hidden springs. The greatest movements often unfold where no eye can witness them. So it is with the work of God within the human heart. Quiet seasons are not empty seasons. They are places where unseen faithfulness gathers strength. Many burdens become heavy because they are carried beyond their appointed time. Yesterday's regrets continue asking for attention. Tomorrow's uncertainties arrive before they are called. Meanwhile, today's grace waits patiently to be received. The gentle invitation of Christ has always been toward the present moment, where His mercy is fresh, His strength is sufficient, and His presence is wonderfully near. A flock of sheep resting beneath the open sky sleeps peacefully not because danger has disappeared, but because the shepherd remains awake. Such confidence transforms the soul. Peace does not require perfect circumstances. It grows wherever trust discovers that divine love is more dependable than fear. The human spirit often longs to understand every winding road before taking another step. Yet rivers never hesitate because they cannot see the ocean. They continue flowing, trusting the unseen pull that carries them forward. Faith follows that same gentle current. It does not possess every answer. It possesses the one who remains faithful through every question. Perhaps there are corners of your heart where disappointment has quietly settled. Dreams that once seemed alive now rest beneath layers of silence. Prayers offered again and again appear to echo without response. Still, beneath the surface, Christ continues working with perfect wisdom. The seed buried beneath winter soil is never forgotten. Its hiddenness is not its end. Its silence is preparing abundance. No season of waiting escapes the loving attention of heaven. Look toward the horizon where sea and sky become almost indistinguishable. Though the line between them seems blurred, each remains exactly where it belongs. There are moments when life's uncertainties feel much the same. Boundaries become unclear. Direction feels hidden. Even then, the wisdom of Christ remains perfectly ordered. What seems uncertain to human sight is already held within his flawless understanding. How gently he teaches trust. Not by removing every mystery. Not by eliminating every trial. But by revealing his unchanging character through each changing circumstance. His kindness becomes the anchor. His faithfulness becomes the compass. His love becomes the quiet home where restless hearts finally exhale. The fragrance of blooming magnolia drifts through evening air without striving to be noticed. It simply fills the space around it with quiet beauty. Hearts rooted in Christ begin to carry that same unseen influence. Words become softer. Compassion deepens. Patience stretches farther. Mercy flows more freely. Such transformation is rarely dramatic, yet it reshapes everything it touches. There is profound wisdom in allowing silence to become a trusted friend. Silence strips away illusion. It reveals what hurried living often conceals. Within its gentle embrace, the soul begins to hear the steady heartbeat of divine love. Not as audible sound, but as quiet assurance. A confidence that cannot be manufactured. A peace that does not depend upon explanation. Snow falls one delicate flake at a time, covering rugged landscapes with remarkable gentleness. No single flake appears significant, yet together they transform the entire countryside. Grace often works through similar moments. A small act of forgiveness. A whispered prayer. A quiet decision to trust. A single breath surrendered into God's care. Little by little, the landscape of the heart is changed. Nothing offered to Christ remains insignificant. Even the smallest surrender becomes part of a greater redemption. Every hidden act of faithfulness echoes through eternity. The towering redwood does not measure its worth against neighboring trees. It simply reaches toward the light while remaining deeply rooted. The soul flourishes in much the same way. Comparison fades when identity rests securely within the love of Christ. There is no need to become someone else. The Creator delights in the person He is patiently shaping you to become. Some healing arrives like sunrise. Slowly. Quietly. Almost unnoticed until suddenly the whole landscape glows with new light. Other healing resembles the patient polishing of stones by flowing water. Years may pass before their smooth beauty becomes visible. Both belong to the wisdom of God. Both reveal His extraordinary patience. Nothing within your story has escaped His redeeming purpose. The joys have become songs of gratitude. The losses have deepened compassion. The unanswered questions have cultivated humility. The waiting has strengthened hope. The tears have watered places where unexpected beauty now begins to bloom. Even tonight, unseen mercies surround you. Angels fulfill their quiet ministries without drawing attention. The Spirit continues comforting where words cannot reach. Christ intercedes with perfect understanding for every longing too deep to express. Heaven remains astonishingly active even while the earth sleeps. Lay every unfinished concern into His hands. The future does not require your constant vigilance. The past no longer demands your imprisonment. The present offers enough grace for this sacred moment. Receive it with the openness of dry fields welcoming gentle rain after months of thirst. Allow your spirit to settle as softly as mist resting upon rolling hills before dawn. Let your thoughts drift like leaves floating peacefully along a woodland stream. Permit every hidden burden to sink into the endless depths of divine compassion. Christ remains your shelter when winds grow strong. He is your quiet harbor when the sea within feels unsettled. He is your unfailing light when familiar paths disappear into darkness. He is the faithful companion whose footsteps never wander away, whose voice never loses its tenderness, whose promises never weaken beneath the passing years. Within His everlasting embrace, the soul no longer fears the unknown, because it has come to know the One who holds every tomorrow. And in that holy knowing, every restless longing slowly yields to a peace deeper than rivers, steadier than mountains, brighter than the stars above, and more enduring than time itself. Rest now within this sacred pause. Allow the soul to become unhurried. Let every inward struggle loosen like a sail released to the evening wind. There is nothing left to prove. Nothing remains to earn. Love has already found you. The heart often imagines itself as a solitary traveler crossing unfamiliar landscapes. There are mountains that seem too steep, valleys that appear too deep, and long stretches where no clear path can be found. Yet the Redeemer has never stood at a distance, watching your journey unfold from afar. Every mile has been shared. Every unseen tear has been treasured. Every quiet victory has been celebrated by heaven long before you recognized its significance. Imagine a hidden spring emerging from the side of an ancient hillside. No crowds gather to witness its beginning. No applause accompanies its faithful flow. Still, day after day, it nourishes grasses, flowers, trees, and every living thing that draws near. Such is the quiet ministry of Christ within the soul. His life flows steadily, asking only that we remain open enough to receive it. Many seek peace by arranging every circumstance. Yet peace does not bloom because every storm has disappeared. It blossoms because the heart has discovered a presence greater than every storm. A tree planted beside living waters does not deny the existence of drought. It survives because its roots reach deeper than the changing surface. Likewise, trust carries the soul beneath the shifting emotions of each passing season into the steady current of divine faithfulness. There are places within every heart where only silence can minister. Words sometimes become too small. Explanations lose their strength. Logic reaches its limits. Then comes the gentle companionship of Christ, who speaks not only through language but through his abiding presence. He sits beside the weary without demanding immediate answers. He remains near those who mourn without requiring them to hide their tears. His comfort often arrives not by removing sorrow but by sharing it. Notice how patiently the moon reflects light across dark waters. It does not compete with the sun. It faithfully shines according to the gift it has received. The soul, too, becomes radiant not through its own brilliance but by reflecting the love of Christ. The closer it remains to him, the more naturally his gentleness becomes visible through ordinary moments. Perhaps your spirit has grown tired from carrying invisible burdens. The quiet weight of responsibility. The ache of unanswered longing. The fatigue that comes from trying to remain strong for everyone else. Even these hidden labors are known. Nothing about your weariness surprises the one who invited the weary to come and find rest. There is remarkable freedom in discovering that you are not the guardian of tomorrow. The changing seasons do not depend upon human effort. The stars do not require your vigilance to remain in their courses. The oceans continue their tides while the world sleeps. Creation quietly proclaims that God sustains what human hands never could. Why should your life be any different? Entrust tomorrow to the one who already stands within it. The first blossoms of spring emerge after months of unseen preparation. During winter, the landscape appears silent, yet beneath frozen fields, life patiently gathers strength. In much the same way, seasons that seem unproductive often become the birthplace of the deepest spiritual renewal. Hidden trust prepares visible joy. No prayer offered in faith is ever misplaced. No act of kindness disappears into emptiness. No moment spent seeking Christ is forgotten. Every seed planted in love carries an eternal future known fully only to God. The soul becomes spacious when it no longer clings to every disappointment. A river remains fresh because it continues flowing. Still water eventually loses its clarity. Every return is welcomed. Every confession is met with mercy. Every trembling step toward him is answered by his faithful embrace. The fragrance carried through a quiet garden before sunrise cannot be seen, yet it fills the air with unmistakable beauty. So too does the presence of Christ quietly fill lives that remain close to him. Others may not always recognize the source, but they encounter unexpected peace, gentle patience, generous compassion, and steadfast hope flowing from a heart transformed by divine love. The greatest miracles often unfold without spectacle. A fearful spirit learns courage. A bitter heart discovers forgiveness. An anxious mind begins to rest. A restless soul finally believes it is deeply loved. Look once more toward the heavens. The stars seem countless, yet every one remains known by its creator. How much more precious is every human life fashioned in his image. You have never existed outside his loving attention. Your name has never been forgotten. Your story has never wandered beyond his redeeming purpose. Your future has never slipped beyond his faithful hands. Even when the road appeared uncertain, his love remained constant. Even when your strength seemed small, his power quietly sustained you. Even when hope flickered like a candle in the wind, his spirit gently sheltered the flame. Nothing in your journey has been beyond his reach. Nothing in your future lies outside his wisdom. Nothing in your heart is too broken for his healing. Receive the silence without fearing it. Receive tomorrow without grasping for control. Receive yourself with the same compassion Christ continually extends toward you. May your trust deepen as quietly as roots descending toward hidden streams. May your hope rise as faithfully as the dawn that never forgets its appointed hour. May your love widen like the open sky, embracing both joy and sorrow beneath the shelter of eternal grace. Remain within His presence. Abide beneath His gaze. Rest beneath His everlasting care. For the One who formed the galaxies also delights in the quiet unfolding of a single surrendered heart, and there, in that holy surrender, every restless search finds its completion, every wandering spirit discovers its true home, and every breath becomes a quiet hymn to the endless mercy of Christ. The hush before dawn carries a holiness that words can scarcely contain. The sky, still wrapped in deep indigo, waits with quiet expectancy while the first unseen light begins its gentle ascent beyond the horizon. Nothing in creation seems hurried. The earth knows how to wait. The stars know when to fade. The birds remain silent until the appointed moment. Every living thing moves within a wisdom older than time itself, and the soul is invited to enter that same sacred rhythm. How often the heart forgets that it was never created to live in constant urgency. The fields do not bloom through anxiety. The tides are not summoned by worry. The heavens never rush their course. There is profound freedom in allowing life to unfold beneath the patient care of Christ, whose purposes mature with perfect timing, never early, never late. There are moments when faith feels less like climbing a mountain and more like sitting beside a quiet stream, allowing its gentle current to remind you that not everything depends upon your effort. Water reaches distant places without striving. It simply follows the path prepared for it. The grace of God flows with similar gentleness, finding hidden places within the heart that human determination could never reach. Some prayers are answered in ways immediately recognized. Others become living seeds planted beneath the surface of ordinary days. Months pass. Sometimes years. Then, almost without warning, compassion appears where bitterness once lived. Patience grows where frustration once ruled. Joy quietly awakens in places long occupied by sorrow. The answer had been unfolding all along. Christ delights in these hidden miracles. Not every transformation announces itself with extraordinary signs. Often it resembles snow melting upon distant hills, so gradually that no single moment reveals the change. Yet streams begin flowing. Valleys become green. Life quietly returns. The heart, too, experiences such gentle renewal when it remains beneath the warmth of His presence. The world often confuses noise with importance. Heaven treasures stillness. Within silence, distractions lose their power. The endless voices demanding attention become quieter. The soul begins to recognize the familiar peace that has patiently waited beneath every anxious thought. No accusation lives in that peace. No condemnation hides within it. Only mercy. Only welcome. Only love that refuses to grow weary. The smallest wildflower growing between stones does not question whether it belongs. It simply opens itself to the sunlight provided. Likewise, every soul belongs within the love of its Creator. Worth is not earned through flawless performance. It has always been rooted in being deeply known and endlessly cherished by the one who formed you. Perhaps there are places within your spirit that still ache from old disappointments. Words that were never spoken. Love that seemed unanswered. Dreams quietly laid aside. The Redeemer does not overlook these hidden chambers. He enters them with extraordinary tenderness, never forcing forgotten doors open, never hurrying the work of healing. His patience extends even to the places where you struggle to extend patience toward yourself. The morning mist gradually lifts without argument. Sunlight simply continues shining until clarity returns. This is often the way Christ dispels confusion. Not through hurried explanations, but through steady presence. One faithful day after another. Until trust quietly becomes stronger than fear. Notice how migrating cranes cross vast distances together. None attempts the journey entirely alone. Their shared flight reminds the soul of another beautiful truth: divine companionship surrounds every faithful step. Even during seasons when human support feels distant, Christ remains nearer than every heartbeat, guiding with gentle constancy. Nothing entrusted to him is insignificant. Every whispered prayer, every hidden tear, every act of unseen obedience, every quiet surrender. Each becomes part of a story woven into eternity with remarkable care. Every page belongs within a greater redemption still unfolding. There is remarkable beauty in releasing the need to understand every mystery before continuing the journey. A child walking beside a loving parent does not require knowledge of every road ahead. The presence of trusted love becomes enough. Faith grows in much the same way. Not through possessing complete answers, but through increasing confidence in the character of Christ. His kindness has never been interrupted. His wisdom has never failed. His promises have never diminished with passing generations. The same hand that scattered stars across the heavens continues holding every surrendered life with infinite tenderness. Even now, while the world rests, unseen mercies move quietly through creation. The Spirit comforts unseen wounds. Hope awakens where despair once lingered. Strength gathers for tomorrow's responsibilities. Grace prepares blessings not yet imagined. Nothing within God's care remains forgotten. Allow your breathing to become slow and peaceful. Let every inhale remind you that divine life is continually being given. Let every exhale become an offering of every burden no longer meant to remain upon your shoulders. The soul was never created to carry what only Christ can bear. Lay every concern beside Him. Every uncertainty. Every expectation. Every lingering regret. Every unanswered question. The shepherd watches through the longest night without growing tired. His eyes remain attentive. His heart remains compassionate. His arms remain open. No darkness has ever hidden His beloved from His sight. Soon the horizon will awaken with color. Golden light will touch quiet fields. Morning birds will lift songs into fresh air. Another day will begin. Yet before it arrives, allow this truth to settle deeply within you. You are held by a love that does not fluctuate with your circumstances. You are guided by wisdom that reaches beyond every visible path. You are sustained by mercy that renews itself with every new dawn. You are invited, again and again, into the peaceful companionship of Christ, where striving gives way to trust, fear yields to hope, silence becomes communion, and every corner of the heart gradually reflects the gentle beauty of the one whose love has always been your truest home. Evening descends with quiet majesty, wrapping the hills and valleys in a mantle of peace. The last traces of daylight melt gently into the horizon, while the heavens awaken one by one with lights that have watched over generations untold. Nothing in this sacred hour competes for attention. The world simply rests beneath the faithful gaze of its Creator, and your soul is invited to rest there as well. There is a holy tenderness in coming to the end of a journey. Not because every question has been answered. Not because every burden has disappeared. But because the heart has learned where to return when it grows weary. The river below continues flowing, never clinging to waters that have already passed. Its song is always fresh. Its movement always forward. There is wisdom in such quiet persistence. The soul, too, finds freedom when it releases yesterday into the mercy of God and entrusts tomorrow to His providence, remaining fully present within the grace of this very moment. Many spend years searching for peace in places unable to provide it. Some seek certainty. Others seek recognition. Still others seek comfort through possessions that cannot quiet the deepest longing of the spirit. Only Christ satisfies that sacred hunger. His welcome asks for no disguise. His embrace requires no performance. His mercy reaches beyond every failure. Stand for a moment in your imagination upon a quiet hillside where wild grasses sway beneath the evening wind. Each blade bends without breaking. Strength reveals itself through gentle yielding rather than rigid resistance. So it is with the surrendered heart. Flexibility born of trust carries greater endurance than strength born of self-reliance. How quietly God reshapes a life. Like rain smoothing ancient stone. Like sunlight warming frozen earth. Like unseen roots strengthening beneath towering trees. The greatest transformations often happen beneath the surface, where only heaven fully witnesses their beauty. There were moments when fear seemed larger than faith. Still, Christ remained faithful. There were nights when hope appeared distant. Still, his promises endured. There were seasons when silence felt endless. Still, his love continued its hidden work. Looking back, the soul begins to recognize that grace was never absent. It simply moved more quietly than expected. The stars overhead shine without striving. They fulfill their purpose by remaining where they were placed. The believer discovers similar peace through abiding rather than achieving. Life ceases to become a desperate attempt to earn acceptance. Instead, it becomes a grateful response to a love already given. The fragrance of rosemary carried by a gentle breeze lingers long after the wind itself has passed. In much the same way, time spent with Christ leaves traces that quietly shape the heart. Compassion becomes instinctive. Patience deepens. Forgiveness grows more natural. Joy no longer depends entirely upon changing circumstances. Even the scars become beautiful. Not because suffering itself is beautiful, but because redeeming love has touched what once seemed beyond healing. The wounded places become windows through which mercy shines. The broken places become reminders of restoration. The waiting places become testimonies of unwavering faithfulness. No sorrow has remained untouched by his compassion. No weakness has fallen beyond his strength. No wandering has carried you beyond his reach. Every step has unfolded beneath eyes that never stopped watching with affection. Consider the horizon where earth appears to meet the heavens. Though they seem distant, they belong to one harmonious creation. Likewise, The ordinary moments of life and the eternal purposes of God are more closely joined than they often appear. Every quiet act of love, every unnoticed kindness, every whispered prayer becomes woven into a story stretching far beyond this present world. There is profound rest in no longer carrying the illusion of control. The seasons arrive without human command. The tides obey a wisdom greater than our own. The morning always finds its way across the sleeping earth. How much more securely, then, may your life remain within the hands of the One who spoke all things into being. Christ has never hurried your becoming. He has walked beside every hesitation. He has waded through every detour. He has celebrated every small step toward trust. His patience has never grown thin. His invitation has never changed. Come closer. Remain. Abide. Listen now to the quiet language of creation. A distant stream continues its gentle course. Tall cedars stand with peaceful dignity. The evening breeze carries the fragrance of fields preparing for another dawn. Everything whispers of steadfastness. Everything reflects the faithfulness of its Maker. The heart that rests in Christ begins to echo this same quiet song. No longer striving to prove its worth. No longer fearing every uncertainty. No longer defined by yesterday's failures. Instead, it learns to live from the deep assurance of being eternally loved. Even now, while darkness gently covers the earth, unseen blessings are unfolding. Mercy is preparing tomorrow's strength. Hope is quietly rising beneath unanswered prayers. Healing continues within places words cannot fully describe. The Spirit remains wonderfully near. Allow every lingering burden to fall away. Release every anxious expectation. Receive the silence as a gift rather than an emptiness. Let gratitude settle softly within you like evening dew upon peaceful meadows. Let trust grow steadily as ancient forests reaching ever deeper toward hidden springs. Let hope rise within your soul as surely as dawn rises beyond every night. Rest completely beneath the watchful care of Christ. His voice remains softer than the evening wind, yet stronger than every fear. His peace flows more deeply than the oldest rivers. His compassion stretches wider than the endless heavens. His faithfulness stands firmer than the mountains that have witnessed countless generations. And when another morning awakens the earth, may you rise with a heart made gentler by silence, steadier through trust, freer through surrender, and more deeply rooted in the everlasting love of the One who has been walking beside you from the very beginning, who remains with you in this present breath, and who will lead you, with unfailing tenderness, into the endless light of His eternal kingdom. There are seasons when the heart feels like an unopened window in an old house, longing for fresh air yet uncertain how to welcome it. Dust gathers from forgotten disappointments. Silence becomes crowded with unanswered questions. Even hope can seem hidden beneath layers of weary expectation. Yet the Savior approaches without force. His touch resembles the first breeze of spring entering a room that has long been closed, carrying renewal without haste and light without harshness. How extraordinary that eternal love is never impatient. It does not rush the healing of fragile places. It does not measure progress by human calendars. It remains steadfast, allowing grace to unfold with the quiet wisdom found in every living thing God has fashioned. Watch, in your imagination, as a narrow path winds through a forest at first light. Dew rests upon every fern. Moss clings gently to ancient stones. Sunbeams filter through towering branches, illuminating only a few steps ahead. The traveler need not see the entire journey. Each small pool of light is sufficient for the next faithful step. Such is the kindness of Christ. He rarely unveils the whole road at once, yet He never withholds the light needed for today. The longing to control tomorrow often steals the beauty of the present. Worry borrows shadows from hours that have not yet arrived. Fear paints storms across skies that remain clear. Meanwhile, the grace prepared for this moment waits quietly, asking only to be received. A single leaf drifting upon a woodland stream offers an unexpected lesson. It does not struggle against the current. It moves with peaceful surrender, trusting the water that carries it toward places unseen. The soul also discovers surprising freedom when it entrusts itself to the current of divine love, no longer exhausting itself by resisting the wisdom of God. There are prayers that have become so familiar they almost feel like part of your breathing. Petitions whispered before sleep. Names carried faithfully through the years. Dreams entrusted again and again to heaven. Though answers may seem delayed, none of these offerings have disappeared into silence. Every prayer has entered the compassionate heart of Christ, where time never weakens remembrance and love never forgets. Clouds sometimes gather over wide plains, dimming the brilliance of the afternoon. Yet beyond every veil of gray, the sun continues shining with undiminished strength. In the same way, seasons of uncertainty may obscure your awareness of God's nearness, but they cannot diminish His presence. His faithfulness remains untouched by changing emotions, just as the heavens remain unchanged above every passing storm. Notice the quiet dignity of an ancient oak rooted beside an open meadow. Through countless years it has welcomed spring blossoms, endured summer heat, surrendered autumn leaves, and stood through winter frost. It has never resisted the changing seasons. Each has deepened its roots and broadened its shelter. The life shaped by Christ becomes much the same. Joy teaches gratitude. Sorrow teaches compassion. Waiting teaches trust. Every season contributes to a beauty that could never be formed by comfort alone. The deepest strength often wears the gentlest face. It forgives without demanding recognition. It serves without seeking applause. It remains hopeful when circumstances offer little encouragement. Such strength does not originate within human determination. It flows from communion with the one whose humility conquered the world. Listen carefully to the quiet spaces within your own heart. Perhaps they no longer sound as restless as they once did. Perhaps fears that once echoed loudly have begun to soften. Perhaps gratitude has quietly taken root where complaint once flourished. These changes may appear small, yet heaven delights in every hidden movement toward love. The fragrance released by pine forests after gentle rain cannot be grasped, yet it fills the air with unmistakable freshness. Likewise, the presence of Christ quietly fills a surrendered life. His peace becomes noticeable not because it announces itself, but because it transforms ordinary moments with extraordinary grace. No kindness offered in His name is ever insignificant. No silent act of faith escapes His notice. No hidden sacrifice remains unseen. The kingdom often grows in ways too quiet for the world to celebrate, yet too beautiful for eternity to forget. Imagine standing beside a vast field of wheat just before harvest. The golden heads sway together beneath the evening breeze, each one shaped by months of unseen growth. Rain and sunshine, calm days and stormy nights, all contributed to this quiet abundance. The soul also matures through countless moments that once seemed ordinary. Every faithful choice, every surrendered fear, every prayer offered in trust becomes part of a harvest only God fully comprehends. There is no corner of your life beyond redemption. The places marked by failure. The memories wrapped in regret. The dreams interrupted by loss. The hope still waiting for fulfillment. Christ gathers them all with gentle hands, weaving even broken threads into a tapestry radiant with mercy. His gaze has never turned away from you. His compassion has never grown weary. His invitation has never expired. The horizon now waits for another dawn. Though darkness still blankets the earth, morning is already on its way. So it is with every promise spoken by Christ. Even when fulfillment cannot yet be seen, it is already moving toward its appointed hour. Remain within that hope. Let every anxious thought settle like feathers upon quiet water. Allow every hidden burden to rest where stronger hands have always been waiting. Receive each breath as a gift flowing from inexhaustible love. Abide without hurry. Trust without fear. Surrender without regret. The heart of Christ is a refuge deeper than any valley, brighter than the clearest morning, gentler than rain upon thirsty fields, and more enduring than the stars that have watched over every generation. Within that everlasting refuge, the soul finds not only comfort for the night, but the quiet certainty that every step, every season, and every tomorrow is already embraced by perfect love. The evening sky has become an endless sanctuary, where the fading light yields with quiet grace to the mystery of the night. Above, the stars awaken one by one, not with haste, but with the calm certainty of promises that have never failed. Across the earth, rivers continue their unseen pilgrimage toward the sea, forests breathe beneath gentle winds, and the whole creation seems to whisper that nothing held in the hands of God is ever forgotten. Pause here. Not to accomplish. Not to explain. Simply to dwell. Consider a small lantern resting beside a winding country road. It does not seek to rival the brilliance of the sun. Its gentle light is enough for travelers moving through the darkness. In much the same way, divine wisdom often arrives. It does not reveal every distant horizon. It lovingly illuminates the next faithful step, inviting trust to grow one quiet moment at a time. How often the heart longs for certainty. Yet Christ offers something deeper. Not certainty about every circumstance. Certainty about His presence. That gift remains untouched by changing weather, unexpected loss, or uncertain tomorrows. Imagine standing in a meadow just before sunrise, where countless blades of grass carry tiny drops of dew. Each droplet reflects the coming light long before the sun fully appears. Every one becomes a small mirror of heaven. So too does every surrendered heart begin to reflect the beauty of Christ. His peace shines through ordinary lives, revealing heaven not by spectacle but through quiet faithfulness. The soul does not become radiant through perfection. It becomes radiant through communion. Every moment spent resting in His presence leaves an imprint deeper than words can express. Gentleness grows where harshness once lingered. Mercy blossoms where judgment once ruled. Hope quietly replaces despair. These are the sacred fingerprints of grace. There are memories that still feel unfinished. Conversations never spoken. Doors that closed unexpectedly. Prayers that continue rising toward heaven without visible answers. Even these unfinished places remain safely held within the wisdom of God. The author of redemption never abandons a story halfway through. What appears incomplete today may simply be awaiting the perfect season of fulfillment. Notice the quiet confidence of a mountain stream descending through ancient stone. It never struggles to force its way. Patiently, faithfully, it continues forward, shaping even the hardest rock through gentle persistence. The love of Christ works with similar tenderness. It does not overwhelm the heart with force. It patiently softens what fear has hardened, until compassion flows freely where resistance once remained. No soul is beyond renewal. No regret lies outside forgiveness. No brokenness exceeds the reach of redeeming love. The shepherd has always sought wandering hearts, not because they earned his pursuit, but because his love has never been measured by human deserving. A field of lavender sways beneath the evening breeze, releasing its fragrance without effort. It does not strive to become beautiful. It simply responds to the life already growing within it. Such is the calling of those who abide in Christ. The fruit of the Spirit is not manufactured by relentless striving. It quietly emerges from a life rooted in divine love. There is holy freedom in no longer carrying the burden of becoming your own savior. You were never asked to rescue yourself. You were invited to trust. The cross has already accomplished what human effort never could. Grace has already opened the door that striving could never unlock. Lift your imagination toward a sky filled with migrating clouds, each one moving according to winds unseen from below. Their journey reminds the heart that not every movement must be controlled to be guided. The Spirit often leads with the same quiet mystery, directing lives through currents invisible to earthly understanding while never losing sight of their eternal destination. Silence has become a teacher. It reveals how deeply Christ delights in simply being with his beloved. Before another prayer is spoken, before another act of service is offered, before another burden is carried, his love remains complete. His welcome remains unchanged. His embrace remains open. The deepest roots of faith are formed beneath the surface. Not during moments of public triumph, but within hidden hours of surrender. In whispered prayers before sleep. In quiet forgiveness offered without recognition. In faithful trust sustained through unanswered questions. Heaven treasures these unseen moments more than the world can imagine. The first rays of dawn do not ask permission to enter the darkness. They simply arrive, bringing warmth, color, and life wherever they fall. Christ enters the hidden places of the soul with that same quiet authority. fear slowly retreats. Shame loses its voice. Peace begins to flourish where unrest once lingered. How extraordinary that infinite majesty chooses such gentleness. The King of Heaven draws near not to overwhelm but to comfort. Not to condemn but to restore. Not to demand perfection but to awaken love. Even now, unseen blessings are gathering beyond your awareness. Paths are being prepared. Strength is being renewed. Healing continues where your eyes cannot yet perceive it. Tomorrow already rests beneath the care of the one who never sleeps. The stars above have witnessed generations come and go, yet their Maker remains unchanged. His compassion has not grown older. His faithfulness has not diminished. His promises have not weakened. The same Christ who calmed troubled waters still speaks peace over troubled hearts. Remain here a little longer. Allow every hurried thought to settle like evening mist over quiet fields. Receive every breath as an undeserved gift. Let gratitude rise gently, like the fragrance of blossoms opening beneath the moon. Trust the slow work of grace. Trust the unseen wisdom of love. Rest within Him, not as a weary traveler searching for shelter, but as a beloved child finally home. For the heart of Christ is wider than every horizon, steadier than the oldest mountains, deeper than the hidden springs beneath the earth, and brighter than the dawn that faithfully returns after every night. In His everlasting presence, every longing finds its answer, every wandering finds its path, and every surrendered soul discovers that it has always been carried by a love without beginning and without end. The earth rests beneath a canopy of immeasurable peace. Far beyond the reach of hurried voices, the heavens unfold in quiet splendor, each star suspended like a note in an endless hymn of praise. The wind moves through hidden valleys with patient gentleness, carrying no demand, only invitation. Everything around you seems to whisper the same eternal truth. The heart was created not merely to endure life, but to dwell in communion with the one who gives it breath. Remain here for a little while. Let silence become a sanctuary rather than a pause between distractions. Allow your thoughts to settle as softly as petals drifting onto a still pond. There is no urgency within the presence of Christ. Only welcome. Every soul carries places that remain unseen by the world. Rooms where old fears still linger. Windows through which forgotten grief quietly looks toward the horizon. Gardens where hopes once bloomed but now wait beneath quiet soil. Nothing within these hidden places is unfamiliar to the Savior. His gaze reaches every corner with remarkable tenderness, never overlooking what others fail to notice, never hurrying what requires patient healing. Imagine an old vineyard nestled among rolling hills as evening descends. The vines have endured scorching summers, relentless rain, and seasons when fruit seemed slow to appear. Yet year after year they continue drawing life from roots planted deep beneath the earth. Their abundance has never depended solely upon favorable weather, but upon remaining connected to their source. Such is the mystery of abiding in Christ. Fruitfulness grows from nearness long before it appears in visible form. Many burdens become lighter the moment they are honestly surrendered. Not because every circumstance immediately changes, but because the heart no longer carries them alone. Trust is the quiet miracle that exchanges restless striving for peaceful dependence. It is not the absence of responsibility. It is the joyful recognition that divine strength has always been greater than human weakness. Look toward the distant coastline where waves continue embracing the shore without weariness. Generation after generation they arrive with the same gentle persistence. Their constancy reflects something eternal. So does the mercy of Christ. It never grows thin through repeated failures. It never withdraws because of lingering weakness. Every new day brings another tide of compassion washing over the soul with unfailing faithfulness. The world often celebrates what is impressive. Heaven delights in what is faithful. A quiet prayer spoken in sincerity. A gentle word offered when anger would be easier. A hidden act of kindness. A forgiving heart. These unnoticed offerings carry the fragrance of eternity. They resemble seeds scattered across fertile ground, quietly preparing harvests that only time will reveal. There are moments when life resembles walking through an orchard wrapped in morning fog. Familiar landmarks disappear. The destination cannot be clearly seen. Yet the path remains beneath your feet, unchanged by the mist surrounding it. Faith continues walking, not because every uncertainty has vanished, but because Christ Himself has become the trustworthy path. How peaceful it is to remember that guidance is found not merely in knowing where to go, but in knowing whom to follow. The shepherd has never lost sight of his flock. Not during seasons of abundance. Not through nights of confusion. Not while wandering hearts searched unfamiliar roads. His voice continues calling with unwavering gentleness, inviting every weary soul toward deeper rest. The fragrance of blooming orange blossoms fills an evening garden without asking who will notice. Beauty offered freely reflects the generosity of its creator. The transformed life carries that same quiet generosity. Compassion becomes natural. Humility grows without self-consciousness. Joy begins to flow through ordinary moments like sunlight streaming through branches after rain. The pages marked by celebration. The paragraphs written through tears. The unfinished sentences still waiting for meaning. Christ gathers every part with infinite care, writing grace where guilt once lingered, hope where disappointment settled, and peace where fear attempted to make its home. Even waiting becomes sacred in His hands. The seed does not resent the hiddenness of the soil. It trusts the season appointed for its awakening. Likewise, every season of quiet preparation carries purpose beyond immediate understanding. What appears still is often becoming strong. What appears empty may already be full of unseen promise. The moon reflects light that originates beyond itself, quietly illuminating the night without striving for attention. So the soul reflects Christ. The closer it remains to Him, the more naturally His kindness shines through words, decisions, and relationships. The miracle is not found in self-generated brilliance, but in faithful reflection. There is profound freedom in accepting that your worth has never depended upon flawless performance. Before you succeeded, before you stumbled, before you understood the depth of His love, you were already known, already desired, already held within everlasting compassion. Nothing has altered that truth. Listen carefully to the quiet around you. Notice how creation never hurries its worship. The mountains remain still. The rivers continue flowing. The stars keep their silent watch. Each fulfills its purpose simply by existing within the wisdom of God. Your soul, too, finds its deepest peace when it ceases striving to manufacture significance and simply rests within divine love. Soon another dawn will rise beyond the edge of the earth. Its light will touch fields wading through the night. Birdsong will awaken sleeping forests. Fresh mercies will quietly unfold across another ordinary day made sacred by the presence of Christ. Already those mercies are prepared. Already tomorrow is known. Already grace is waiting where future needs will arise. Nothing ahead has surprised heaven. Nothing behind has diminished God's affection for you. Nothing within you lies beyond His restoring touch. Remain beneath this gentle assurance. Let every lingering anxiety become like autumn leaves released into the current of a peaceful river. Allow every hidden sorrow to rest beneath the shelter of divine compassion. Receive each breath as an invitation to trust more deeply. Abide where fear cannot rule. Abide where hope quietly grows. Abide where silence becomes communion rather than emptiness. The heart of Christ is your unfailing refuge through every season, your steady horizon when familiar landmarks disappear, your living spring when the soul grows thirsty, your eternal home when every earthly journey reaches its end. Within that limitless love, every restless search comes to rest, every fragile hope finds lasting foundation, and every surrendered heart discovers the beautiful simplicity of belonging forever to the one whose mercy is as boundless as the heavens and whose faithfulness endures beyond the final sunrise into everlasting light. The night has deepened into a silence so gentle that even the smallest whisper seems wrapped in reverence. Across the vast expanse above, countless lights burn with quiet constancy, while below, valleys sleep beneath a mantle of peace. Somewhere beyond the reach of human sight, dawn is already preparing its arrival. Though hidden for now, its coming is certain. In that quiet certainty, the soul finds a reflection of the faithfulness of Christ, whose promises never depend upon what our eyes can presently behold. Be still for this moment. Not because every concern has disappeared. Not because every mystery has been solved. But because the one who holds all things has drawn near. There are seasons when life resembles a winding footpath through high country covered in morning mist. Familiar landmarks disappear. The next turn remains concealed. Even so, every stone beneath your feet is steady. The journey does not become unsafe simply because the horizon is hidden. Trust discovers its deepest roots precisely when sight reaches its limits. Christ has never measured your progress by speed. He delights in every willing step, every quiet return after wandering, every honest prayer offered through uncertainty. Every trembling act of faith becomes precious in His sight, not because it is flawless, but because it is genuine. Imagine an alpine lake resting beneath the first blush of dawn. Its surface lies undisturbed, reflecting both the fading stars and the awakening sky. It receives without striving. It mirrors what is above because it has become still enough to do so. The heart, too, begins reflecting heaven when it no longer struggles to manufacture peace but simply rests within the presence of its Savior. The deepest anxieties often grow from believing that everything depends upon us. Yet the forests do not awaken themselves each spring. The tides do not summon the moon. The constellations do not preserve their own courses. Creation quietly proclaims that life is sustained by wisdom far greater than itself. How gently Christ invites His beloved into that same freedom. Release what was never yours to carry. Entrust what you cannot control. Receive what has already been prepared through grace. There are memories that continue to visit in unexpected moments. Some arrive with gratitude. Others carry traces of sorrow. Still others awaken questions that remain unanswered. None of them stand beyond redemption. The Redeemer walks through every remembered landscape with the same compassionate gaze, gathering what seemed scattered and restoring what appeared forever broken. Consider a meadow after gentle rainfall. Tiny blossoms lift their faces toward the light, not because they commanded the rain to fall, but because they remained where life could find them. Spiritual renewal follows the same beautiful rhythm. Hearts flourish not by forcing transformation, but by remaining available to the quiet work of God. Patience becomes sacred when it is rooted in trust. Waiting no longer feels empty. Silence no longer feels abandoned. The hidden seasons become places where unseen roots reach deeper into eternal love. How extraordinary that the Creator of galaxies delights in the smallest movements of a surrendered heart. A whispered confession. A quiet decision to forgive. A hidden act of compassion. A simple willingness to begin again. Heaven celebrates these moments with a joy the world seldom notices. There is profound beauty in allowing your soul to become unhurried. The greatest truths are rarely discovered while rushing. Love grows slowly. Wisdom matures quietly. Peace settles gently. Listen inwardly. Notice the places where fear once demanded every thought. Perhaps they have become quieter. Notice where gratitude has begun replacing complaint. Observe how hope has returned without announcing itself. These are not accidents. They are the quiet craftsmanship of Christ shaping your inner life. The fragrance released by herbs warming beneath the afternoon sun lingers long after the light has softened. Likewise, moments spent in communion with the Lord remain within the soul, quietly influencing conversations, decisions, relationships, and ordinary hours. His presence becomes less an occasional experience and more the atmosphere in which the heart learns to live. The joyful seasons taught celebration. The difficult seasons cultivated compassion. The uncertain seasons strengthened dependence. The lonely seasons revealed a companionship deeper than human understanding. Each one has become part of a story written by hands that never tremble. Look once more toward the heavens. The stars seem distant, yet each remains perfectly held. How much more securely is your life held within the love of Christ? Nothing can wander beyond his reach. Nothing surprises his wisdom. Nothing exhausts his mercy. Even now, unseen grace is moving through tomorrow before you arrive there. Strength is already waiting where future weakness will appear. Comfort has already been prepared for sorrows not yet encountered. Joy has already been planted beyond valleys you have not yet crossed. The shepherd always walks ahead of his flock. Remain beneath that assurance. Allow every lingering burden to become lighter than it was when this moment began. Let every anxious thought settle like soft ash after a long burning fire, leaving quiet ground where new life may emerge. Receive this stillness as a sacred gift. Receive this silence as holy companionship. Receive this breath as evidence that sustaining love continues to surround you. Christ is your faithful horizon when familiar paths disappear. He is the quiet flame that neither darkness nor storm can extinguish. He is the everlasting vine from whom every true life continues to flow. He is the gentle King whose strength is revealed through mercy and whose glory shines most beautifully in compassion. Rest now within His unchanging presence. Abide without striving. Hope without fear. Trust without reservation. For the one who has faithfully carried you through every yesterday is already preparing every tomorrow, and in His eternal embrace the soul discovers a peace that no passing season can diminish, a love that no shadow can overcome, and a home that will endure long after every earthly night has given way to the everlasting dawn of His kingdom. A sacred quiet settles over the landscape as though heaven has gently laid its hand upon the earth. The air grows cool with evening peace, and the distant horizon dissolves into soft shades where sky and land seem to embrace one another. The songs of the day have faded into silence, yet the silence itself is alive. It carries a presence that cannot be measured, only welcomed. Within that stillness, the heart discovers there is no place where Christ is absent, no hour untouched by His faithful love. Life often feels like a long pilgrimage through changing landscapes. There are flowering meadows where gratitude comes easily. There are rugged cliffs where courage must be found one careful step at a time. There are hidden valleys where tears fall unnoticed by any human eye. Yet every path, whether bright or shadowed, has been gently accompanied by the one who has never ceased walking beside his beloved. Imagine a single feather floating upon a quiet breeze across an open plain. It does not resist the current that carries it. It simply yields to the invisible movement surrounding it. Such surrender is not helplessness. It is confidence placed in a power greater than itself. The soul discovers remarkable freedom when it entrusts its direction to Christ, allowing His Spirit to lead where fear once demanded control. Many hidden struggles begin with the belief that peace must be earned. The heart labors to become worthy. The mind searches endlessly for certainty. The spirit grows weary beneath expectations it was never created to bear. Then grace arrives with astonishing simplicity. It reminds us that love was offered before we knew how to receive it. Acceptance preceded achievement. Mercy was waiting long before repentance found its voice. No season lasts forever. the longest winter eventually yields to warmth. The deepest night quietly gives way to dawn. The strongest winds grow still. The soul also passes through changing seasons, yet the love of Christ remains untouched by them all. His constancy becomes the anchor beneath every shifting tide. There are places within you where hope has grown unexpectedly strong. Perhaps you scarcely noticed its arrival. A burden once impossible now feels lighter. An old resentment no longer commands your thoughts. A quiet joy visits without needing explanation. These are the quiet miracles of the kingdom. Grace seldom announces its work with great display. It transforms gently, steadily, faithfully. A vine growing along an ancient stone wall does not climb in a single day. Little by little it reaches higher, wrapping itself around every surface it touches. In much the same way, divine love patiently embraces every part of the soul. Areas once guarded by fear slowly become places of openness. Rooms long locked by disappointment begin welcoming light again. Nothing hidden from Christ remains hidden from His compassion. He knows the conversations that never happened. The dreams quietly surrendered. The prayers repeated until words became tears. The silent acts of faithfulness witnessed by no one else. Every one of them has been treasured within his heart. The fragrance of fresh earth after rain speaks of renewal before any blossom appears. Likewise, there are moments when the soul senses that something beautiful is growing even before visible change emerges. Such holy anticipation is itself a gift. Christ often prepares the heart for blessings long before they arrive, making it ready to receive what His wisdom has already ordained. Look toward the distant mountains where evening shadows stretch across their slopes. Though the light changes from hour to hour, the mountains remain unmoved. The promises of Christ possess that same enduring strength. Circumstances shift. Emotions rise and fall. Human understanding expands and contracts. Yet His faithfulness stands unchanged through every passing generation. How tenderly He teaches trust. Not by removing every difficult path, but by revealing that His companionship is more dependable than every fear awaiting the journey. The deepest communion often grows where words become unnecessary. A quiet awareness. A peaceful stillness. A heart resting without striving to explain itself. This sacred silence becomes prayer beyond language, where Christ gently ministers to places speech could never fully reach. The morning breeze carries the scent of cedar through the forest without asking permission. It simply fills the air with quiet freshness. so too does the Spirit of God move through surrendered lives, bringing unseen renewal into ordinary moments. A softened response. A patient conversation. A forgiving heart. A peaceful gaze. These become signs that heaven is quietly shaping the soul from within. Every disappointment has become part of redemption. Every delay has carried hidden preparation. Every sorrow has deepened compassion. Every joy has revealed another glimpse of His goodness. Nothing has been meaningless in the hands of eternal love. The stars now shine with gentle brilliance across the vast heavens, each one held securely in its appointed place. They neither fear tomorrow nor regret yesterday. Their quiet faithfulness reflects the wisdom of the One who sustains them. Your life rests within that same faithful care. The One who guides the galaxies also guides the smallest details of every surrendered heart. Release the need to carry what grace has already claimed. Lay down the burden of imagined futures. Set aside the weight of old accusations. Allow your spirit to breathe freely beneath the shelter of divine compassion. You are not held together by your own strength. You are sustained by everlasting love. Rest here for a while longer. Let every breath become a quiet act of trust. Let every heartbeat remind you that you are wonderfully remembered. Let every lingering fear dissolve like mist beneath the warmth of approaching day. Christ remains your living sanctuary when the world feels uncertain. He is the gentle current beneath every changing season. He is the enduring melody carried through creation's quietest hours. He is the eternal shepherd whose kindness never grows weary, whose wisdom never falters, and whose presence remains closer than your own breathing. Within His unfailing embrace, the soul learns the deepest secret of peace. Not that life becomes free from storms, but that every storm is met by a love stronger than the wind, deeper than the sea, older than the stars, and destined to endure forever in the endless light of His kingdom. The world has become wonderfully quiet, as though the earth itself has entered a prayer too deep for words. The moon pours its gentle silver across sleeping fields, touching rooftops, rivers, and distant hills with the same quiet tenderness. Every shadow is softened. Every sound is wrapped in peace. Even the silence seems to breathe with the quiet assurance that nothing rests outside the loving care of Christ. This sacred stillness asks for nothing except your presence. There is no invitation to perform. No expectation to become stronger before approaching Him. No hidden condition that must first be fulfilled. Only an open heart willing to rest where eternal love has always been waiting. Imagine a broad valley filled with morning fog before the sun has appeared. Trees stand quietly, their outlines softened by the mist, while unseen streams continue their gentle course beneath the veil. Though the landscape cannot yet be fully seen, nothing has been lost. Every path remains where it has always been. Faith often walks through such mornings, trusting that clarity belongs to the coming light even while the present hour remains wrapped in mystery. How often the soul mistakes hiddenness for absence. Yet the roots of the tallest trees grow in darkness. Pearls are formed beneath quiet waters. The richest soil lies beneath the surface where no eye can see. Christ accomplishes many of his deepest works in places where applause cannot reach and certainty cannot yet follow. There are burdens that have become so familiar they almost seem like part of your identity. Long-held disappointments. Old accusations repeated by memory. Invisible expectations quietly carried from one day into the next. Yet none of these define who you truly are. Your identity has never been shaped by your failures or fears. It has always been held within the gaze of the one who calls you beloved. Picture a flock of small birds resting among the branches before dawn. They do not know every detail of the coming day. They cannot foresee every changing wind. Still, they remain peaceful through the night, held by instincts placed within them by their Creator. The heart also discovers profound rest when it entrusts itself to the wisdom of Christ rather than the fragile certainty of its own understanding. Grace often enters unnoticed. Not with overwhelming display. Not through relentless urgency. It arrives like light filtering through stained glass, quietly transforming everything it touches without disturbing the peace of the room. A harsh spirit becomes gentle. A fearful heart learns courage. An anxious mind begins to breathe again. Such miracles are among heaven's most beautiful works. The desert after rare rainfall becomes astonishingly alive. Seeds that seemed forgotten awaken beneath the touch of living water, covering barren places with unexpected color. In much the same way, hope hidden beneath years of disappointment begins to blossom when touched by the faithful love of Christ. What appeared lifeless was never beyond his power to renew. Nothing surrendered to him remains barren forever. There are moments when the journey seems longer than expected. The horizon appears distant. Strength feels limited. Answers remain hidden. Even there, the shepherd continues walking at the pace of love rather than the pace of anxiety. He never rushes weary souls. He understands that healing grows slowly, like vineyards maturing through seasons no one can shorten. The fragrance of blooming honeysuckle fills the evening air without striving to be noticed. It simply releases what has quietly grown within. A life rooted in Christ carries that same quiet influence. Peace begins to flow naturally into conversations. Compassion appears where impatience once lingered. Humility becomes more beautiful than recognition. Love speaks most clearly through ordinary acts of faithfulness. A child walking through a forest beside a trusted parent does not fear every hidden trail. The presence of love becomes greater than the uncertainty of the path. Faith grows through this same holy confidence. Not confidence in circumstances. Confidence in Christ. His character remains unchanged whether skies are clear or covered with clouds. An old vineyard does not regret the pruning that prepared it for greater fruit. Though the season of cutting seemed painful, it became part of a harvest that could not have come otherwise. Looking back, many trials reveal themselves not as evidence of abandonment, but as quiet invitations into deeper dependence upon the Lord. His wisdom often becomes most visible in hindsight. His mercy often becomes most precious after sorrow. His faithfulness often shines brightest against the backdrop of waiting. Every season contributes to the beauty he is patiently shaping. Listen inwardly. Notice the places where your spirit has become quieter. Observe the gentle confidence replacing frantic effort. Feel the subtle strength growing where fear once ruled. These are not accomplishments to claim. They are gifts received through abiding in Christ. The sea continues its endless conversation with the shore, wave after wave, never tiring of its faithful rhythm. In similar fashion, divine mercy continues reaching toward the human heart. Yesterday's failures have not exhausted it. Tomorrow's uncertainties cannot diminish it. Every new moment becomes another invitation to begin again beneath the shelter of unwavering love. No hidden sorrow escapes his attention. No lonely evening passes unnoticed. No whispered prayer falls unheard. No faithful step is forgotten. Every part of your life rests within hands that bear both infinite power and immeasurable tenderness. The stars above seem fixed in quiet confidence, yet they move according to purposes beyond human sight. So your own journey unfolds beneath wisdom far greater than present understanding. Even when progress feels slow, grace continues leading you toward the fullness of God's design with remarkable patience. Allow your heart to become like fertile earth after a gentle rain. Soft enough to receive. Quiet enough to listen. Open enough to trust. Every breath becomes an act of surrender. Every moment of stillness becomes an offering. Every heartbeat becomes a reminder that divine love remains astonishingly near. Christ is the living fountain that never runs dry when every other well has failed. He is the hidden root sustaining life through every season of drought. He is the morning breeze that carries renewal into weary places. He is the everlasting companion whose presence turns ordinary moments into sacred ground. Remain beneath his gaze. Rest within his peace. Let every anxious thought drift away like clouds carried across an endless sky. Receive the quiet gift of belonging completely to the one whose mercy stretches beyond every horizon, whose truth stands firmer than the oldest mountains, whose compassion reaches deeper than the deepest ocean, and whose love will continue gathering every surrendered heart until the final night gives way to the endless morning of his eternal kingdom. The last watch of the night carries a stillness unlike any other. It is the hour when the world seems suspended between darkness and dawn, when the air itself feels expectant, and when creation quietly waits for the first brush of light upon the horizon. In this hidden interval, where nothing appears to move and yet everything is preparing for a new beginning, the soul is invited to rest in the steadfast heart of Christ. There is a sacred beauty in unfinished moments. The seed has not yet become the harvest. The horizon has not yet welcomed the sun. The melody has not yet reached its final note. Still, each remains complete within the wisdom of the one who ordains every season with perfect love. How gently the Savior teaches the heart to live without grasping. The hands that cling tightly often grow weary. The hands that open discover unexpected peace. Trust is not the absence of longing, it is the quiet confidence that every longing has already been placed before a faithful King. Imagine a winding brook slipping through a meadow untouched by noise. It bends around stones without resentment, nourishes wildflowers without seeking recognition, and continues its quiet course beneath overhanging branches that have shaded generations before this one. Such grace is neither hurried nor hesitant. The life of Christ flows through the soul with that same patient constancy, never forcing, never abandoning, always bringing life wherever it is welcomed. There are places within the human spirit that remain difficult to surrender. Old ambitions. Carefully guarded fears. Invisible wounds hidden beneath practiced smiles. Yet divine love never demands what it does not first offer the strength to release. The gentle invitation is always accompanied by the grace to answer it. Look toward an endless prairie beneath a sky scattered with early morning clouds. Tall grasses sway together in one harmonious movement, each responding to a wind unseen. None struggles to lead. None fears being forgotten. Each simply yields to the breath moving through it. The soul becomes beautifully free when it learns that obedience is not the loss of identity but the discovery of its truest purpose within the will of Christ. Some of heaven's greatest gifts arrive quietly. a calmer response where anger once lived, a softer heart toward those who caused pain, a growing ability to wait without despair, an increasing delight in simple moments once overlooked. These gentle changes often reveal a miracle more enduring than dramatic displays. The heart is becoming more like the one it loves. The moon crossing the heavens leaves no footprints behind, yet its light quietly transforms every landscape beneath it. Likewise, the presence of Christ often changes us in ways that are difficult to notice from one day to the next. Only after many seasons do we realize that old fears no longer command us, old wounds no longer define us, and old burdens have quietly slipped from our shoulders. No transformation born of grace is ever wasted. Every hidden surrender becomes fertile ground. Every whispered prayer becomes living seed. Every unseen act of faithfulness becomes part of eternity's harvest. Picture a lone cedar standing upon a windswept ridge. Storms have leaned against it. Snow has covered its branches. Fierce summers have tested its endurance. Yet beneath the surface its roots have continued reaching downward toward unseen water. Such steadfastness does not come from avoiding hardship. It comes from remaining connected to a source deeper than hardship itself. Christ invites every soul into that hidden rootedness. Not merely surviving difficult seasons, growing through them. Not merely enduring suffering, discovering His companionship within it. The fragrance released by crushed herbs in a quiet garden reminds us of another holy mystery. Sometimes the sweetest expressions of grace emerge from places that have experienced pressure. Compassion often grows where sorrow has been faithfully carried. Mercy deepens where forgiveness has been repeatedly chosen. Hope becomes more radiant after long nights of waiting. Nothing entrusted to Christ loses its purpose. Even pain becomes a servant of redemption when placed into His hands. The morning sky slowly gathers color without announcing itself. Rose, amber, and gold quietly awaken across the eastern horizon until darkness gently yields. So does spiritual renewal. The heart rarely changes all at once. Day by day, almost imperceptibly, Christ paints new colors across the inner landscape until peace begins to replace striving, gratitude overcomes complaint, and joy quietly settles where anxiety once lingered. There is profound freedom in allowing yourself to be loved. Not because you have finally become worthy, but because His love has never depended upon your worthiness. Before your first prayer, before your first failure, before your first victory, His affection already surrounded your life like the heavens surrounding the earth. The shepherd knows every hidden valley, He remembers every quiet sacrifice. He treasures every trembling act of trust. Not one faithful step has escaped his attention. Not one tear has fallen unnoticed. Not one lonely evening has unfolded outside his compassionate care. Even now, while much remains unseen, grace continues working beneath the surface. Like unseen roots strengthening a forest. Like currents shaping the ocean floor. Like stars guiding travelers through darkness without drawing attention to themselves. The kingdom often advances through quiet faithfulness rather than visible triumph. Rest, then, in the confidence that your life is safely held. Allow every restless question to settle like drifting pollen upon still water. Release every imagined burden that tomorrow has not yet asked you to carry. Receive the simplicity of this moment as a sacred gift. Christ remains the living bread for every hunger of the soul. He is the gentle harbor where weary hearts find calm after long voyages. He is the everlasting vine whose life continues flowing into every willing branch. He is the shepherd whose voice reaches even the places where fear once echoed most loudly. Abide in that voice. Remain beneath that kindness. Let your spirit become spacious enough to receive the quiet wonders of divine love. The dawn will soon arrive, not because human effort has summoned it, but because faithful light has never failed to keep its appointed promise. In the same way, the mercy of Christ will continue meeting you with every new beginning, every hidden season, every unexpected turn, until the day when faith gives way to sight and every whispered prayer finds its everlasting answer in the radiant presence of the One who has loved you from before the foundations of the world. The first light of dawn waits just beyond the edge of the world, hidden for a moment longer behind quiet hills and sleeping forests. The sky is suspended between the deep blue of night and the gentle gold that has not yet appeared. In this sacred threshold, all creation seems to hold its breath. Streams continue their quiet course through unseen valleys. The branches of ancient trees remain still beneath the fading stars. The earth itself seems to trust that morning will arrive, not because it can already see the light, but because the Creator has never failed to keep his appointed time. Remain in this peaceful expectation. There is no need to hurry toward the next hour. No burden asks to be solved before the day begins. The soul may simply rest within the quiet certainty that Christ is already present in what has not yet unfolded. Every journey eventually reveals that the destination was never merely a place. It has always been a person. Through every winding path, every unanswered prayer, every season of abundance and every valley of waiting, the gentle invitation has remained unchanged, to know him more deeply, to trust him more freely, and to love him more completely. Imagine an old lighthouse standing where the sea meets rugged cliffs. Generations of storms have broken against its foundation. Fierce winds have circled its tower. Waves have risen with tremendous force. Yet through every season, its light has quietly remained, guiding unseen travelers through darkness toward safe harbor. Such is the steadfast heart of Christ. His faithfulness has never flickered because circumstances changed. His mercy has never diminished because human weakness remained. His love continues shining through every night until every wandering soul finds its way home. The deepest transformation rarely announces itself. It appears in quiet moments. A heart no longer ruled by resentment. A spirit willing to forgive before being understood. An unexpected calm during uncertainty. A growing delight in simple gifts that once passed unnoticed. The soul resembles a field after years of patient cultivation. Once there were stones to remove, hardened places to soften, tangled weeds to clear away. The gardener never abandoned his work. Season after season, with remarkable patience, he prepared the ground until seeds of eternal life found room to flourish. Looking back, what once felt like delay now reveals itself as loving preparation. Nothing entrusted to Christ has been wasted. Not the waiting. Not the tears. Not the questions. Not even the failures. Everything has become material for redemption in the hands of perfect love. How remarkable that infinite majesty chooses continual gentleness. The King of Heaven walks at the pace of weary hearts. He speaks with kindness where shame expected accusation. He offers peace where striving expected another burden. He welcomes the soul exactly where it is while lovingly leading it toward what it was always created to become. Every season has carried its own gift. The spring awakened hope. The summer strengthened perseverance. The autumn taught the beauty of release. The winter cultivated quiet dependence. Each season became another page in a story written not by chance but by providence. The stars now begin to fade as the promise of morning grows stronger. Their work through the night has quietly reached its fulfillment. Faith often resembles those stars. It guides us through darkness until the greater light appears. One day, every unseen promise will stand fully revealed. Every unanswered prayer will find its place within the wisdom of eternity. Every sorrow carried in Christ will be transformed into everlasting joy. Until that day, His presence remains enough. Enough for today's strength. Enough for tonight's peace. Enough for tomorrow's uncertainty. The fragrance of orchards awakening beneath the first warmth of morning drifts gently across the countryside. Blossoms do not open through striving. They respond to the light that faithfully finds them. The soul blossoms in much the same way. It opens gradually beneath the steady warmth of Christ's love, becoming more fully itself as it remains near Him. Notice how creation never competes for significance. The smallest flower fulfills its purpose. The greatest mountain fulfills its purpose. The quiet stream and the soaring eagle both belong within the same beautiful harmony. Likewise, your life carries a unique place within the heart of God, not because of comparison, but because His love delights in every soul He has formed. There is profound freedom in belonging. No longer chasing approval. No longer fearing abandonment. No longer measuring worth by success or failure. Instead, resting in the simple, unchanging truth that you are held by everlasting compassion. Christ has become your shelter through every storm. Your companion through every lonely road. Your wisdom through every uncertainty. Your joy through every hidden blessing. Your peace through every restless night. Your hope through every season of waiting. Even now, unseen mercies continue flowing toward you. Angels fulfill their quiet ministry. The Spirit intercedes with perfect understanding. The Father's providence unfolds beyond human sight. Heaven remains wonderfully active while the earth quietly sleeps. Receive this final stillness. Allow every lingering fear to dissolve like frost beneath the warmth of sunrise. Let gratitude rise gently within your heart like birds welcoming a new day. Offer every remaining burden into the pierced hands that have carried the weight of the world. Rest completely. Trust deeply. Love freely. Abide joyfully. For Christ is the beginning and the end, the faithful shepherd through every valley, the true vine nourishing every branch, the living water satisfying every thirst, the morning star that never fades, and the everlasting light before whom every shadow must finally disappear. The day has surrendered its final colors to the embrace of eternity, and a profound stillness settles over the landscape like a blessing too gentle to be spoken aloud. Above the quiet earth, the heavens stretch without boundary, each distant light suspended in perfect obedience to the will of its Creator. Beneath that immeasurable expanse, your own life is held with even greater care. The one who fashioned every constellation has never ceased watching over the quiet unfolding of your soul. Breathe slowly. Receive this moment as though it were a gift placed lovingly into your hands. Nothing asks to be accomplished here. Nothing remains to be defended. Only the invitation to rest within a love that has never withdrawn, never weakened, and never forgotten your name. Imagine an ancient grove of cypress trees standing beside a peaceful hillside. Their roots have intertwined beneath the earth through countless generations, drawing unseen strength from depths hidden far below the surface. Fierce winds have passed overhead. Seasons have clothed and unclothed their branches. Yet they remain, not because they resisted every storm, but because they were anchored where storms could never reach. So the soul is quietly strengthened when it sends its deepest roots into the presence of Christ rather than into circumstances that continually change. The heart often searches for assurance in places where permanence cannot be found. Achievements fade. Voices grow quiet. Treasures lose their brilliance. Even cherished memories soften with time. There are hidden chambers within every life where only God has ever entered. Places where silent disappointments have rested for years. Corners where forgotten hopes still wait without complaint. Rooms filled with gratitude too deep for language. His presence moves through them all with astonishing gentleness, never forcing open what fear has closed, never overlooking what sorrow has concealed. Patiently, faithfully, he restores what only heaven fully understands. Watch, in your imagination, as a flock of swallows circles through the evening sky before settling into quiet rest. Their flight is graceful because they trust the currents carrying them. They do not struggle against every movement of the wind. They surrender to it. There is a sacred lesson hidden within their journey. Peace grows wherever trust becomes greater than resistance. Some prayers are answered by changing circumstances. Others are answered by changing the heart that prayed them. Both are miracles. One transforms the landscape. The other transforms the traveler. The second often becomes the greater gift. A hillside covered with heather glows beneath the fading light, each blossom quietly reflecting the beauty poured upon it. None competes with another. None strives to become more than it was lovingly created to be. Such simplicity carries profound freedom. Christ never asks you to become someone else. He patiently awakens the beauty He has already placed within you, shaping your life until it reflects His own compassion with increasing clarity. There are days when faith feels effortless. There are days when every prayer seems to rise through heavy clouds. Neither changes His nearness. The warmth of the sun remains even when hidden beyond thick mist. So His faithfulness remains constant whether your heart feels filled with confidence or quietly waits through uncertainty. The gentle murmur of a spring emerging from hidden rock speaks of life that has traveled unseen for countless miles before appearing in the open. Much of God's work within you follows the same quiet path. Long before visible fruit appears, grace has already been flowing beneath the surface, nourishing places no human eye could ever observe. How extraordinary that Christ delights in patient transformation. He does not hurry fragile beginnings. He celebrates each small movement toward trust. He receives every imperfect offering with perfect mercy. He never grows weary of inviting you deeper into His peace. The longest journeys are often made one quiet step at a time. The tallest trees began as unnoticed seeds. The widest rivers began as hidden springs. The deepest faith often begins with one simple decision to believe that His love is enough for this moment. Not tomorrow. Not next year. This breath. This prayer. This peaceful surrender. Lift your attention toward the vast heavens once more. Their endless beauty speaks not merely of greatness but of faithfulness. Night after night they declare that the one who governs galaxies is neither distracted nor distant. Every detail of your story rests within hands infinitely more capable than your own. No forgotten sorrow remains beyond His remembrance. No faithful act disappears into obscurity. No quiet sacrifice loses its eternal significance. Love keeps perfect account where the world quickly forgets. The fragrance of rain carried across open fields often arrives before the first drops begin to fall. Likewise, hope sometimes visits the soul before visible answers appear. A quiet assurance begins to settle. Fear loosens its hold. Gratitude quietly awakens. The heart recognizes that something holy is drawing near, even if it cannot yet explain why. Perhaps this is one of heaven's sweetest gifts. Not certainty about every outcome, but confidence in the character of Christ. Confidence that His wisdom reaches farther than your understanding. Confidence that His compassion extends beyond every weakness. Confidence that His promises remain alive even when fulfillment seems distant. The path ahead may still curve beyond your sight. Even so, His footsteps have already gone before yours. The burdens you cannot carry have already been lifted into stronger hands. The mercies you will need tomorrow have already been prepared today. Nothing waits ahead that will arrive before His grace. Remain beneath that quiet assurance. Allow your soul to become as calm as still waters beneath an evening sky. Let every lingering fear drift away like seeds carried gently upon the autumn breeze. Receive forgiveness as open fields receive gentle rain. Receive peace as mountains receive the morning light. Receive love as a child receives the embrace of a faithful father. Christ is your resting place when the road grows long. He is your unwavering compass when familiar landmarks disappear. He is the hidden well that never runs dry. He is the everlasting song quietly echoing beneath every sound of creation. And when every earthly season has completed its work, every hidden seed has blossomed, every faithful prayer has reached its fulfillment, and every shadow has dissolved into uncreated light, you will discover that every longing which stirred your heart across the years was gently leading you toward this eternal reality, to dwell forever in the inexhaustible love of Christ, where silence becomes praise, surrender becomes joy, and every redeemed soul finds its everlasting delight in the endless presence of the living Lord. The horizon rests in quiet expectancy, suspended between the memory of night and the promise of morning. A gentle hush embraces the hills, while the unseen rhythm of the earth continues beneath every stone, every branch, and every sleeping meadow. The stars have not hurried their departure, nor has the dawn rushed to replace them. Each fulfills its appointed purpose with peaceful obedience. In that quiet harmony, the soul discovers a sacred invitation to trust the wisdom of Christ without demanding to know every unfolding detail. Remain still for a little longer. The world will awaken soon enough. There is no need to awaken your worries before the sun rises. Let this hour belong entirely to grace. Picture a quiet marshland beneath the pale glow of early dawn. Reeds stand motionless while a thin veil of mist drifts across the water. Every reflection appears softer, every movement slower. Nothing strives to impress. Everything simply exists within the quiet delight of its creator. The soul begins to resemble such a landscape when it no longer seeks to prove its worth, but rests in the unchanging affection of the one who formed it. Many fears lose their strength the moment they are brought into the light of divine love. What once seemed overwhelming becomes lighter. What once felt permanent begins to loosen. Not because every difficulty disappears. Because Christ Himself enters the place where fear had been sitting alone. His presence changes the atmosphere before it changes the circumstance. The oldest forests grow in remarkable silence. Year after year, unseen rings form within each tree, quietly recording every season they have endured. No observer notices the growth as it happens, yet strength is increasing all the while. Faith matures in much the same way. Every hidden act of trust, every patient waiting, every quiet return after failure adds another unseen ring to the soul, making it steadier than before. No moment spent with Christ is ever lost. Even when nothing seems to happen. Even when prayers feel simple. Even when silence is the only language remaining. Love continues its invisible work. Imagine a wide field covered with countless wild grasses moving together beneath a gentle breeze. No single blade controls the movement, yet all respond to the same unseen wind. Such unity reflects the life of the Spirit. The surrendered heart no longer struggles to direct every outcome. It becomes attentive, responsive, willing to be led by a wisdom infinitely greater than its own. The world often measures progress through visible achievement. Heaven delights in hidden faithfulness. The quiet decision to remain kind. The willingness to release bitterness. The courage to hope again after disappointment. The humility to begin anew. These become treasures that cannot fade. How tenderly Christ receives every weary soul. He does not stand at a distance waiting for perfection. He draws near while the heart is still trembling. He speaks peace before every wound has fully healed. He offers belonging before every question has found its answer. This is the astonishing generosity of grace. The fragrance of eucalyptus carried through cool evening air lingers gently, refreshing everything it touches. In similar fashion, the presence of Christ quietly renews the inner life. Harsh thoughts begin to soften. Restlessness gives way to stillness. Gratitude awakens where complaint once settled. Little by little, the entire landscape of the soul becomes transformed. There are dreams that remain unfinished. Promises not yet understood. Paths that seem to disappear into unfamiliar terrain. Consider an eagle gliding effortlessly above rugged mountains. It rises not by fighting every current but by trusting the invisible strength that carries it upward. Spiritual rest is much the same. The heart ascends not through relentless effort but through surrender to the sustaining grace of Christ. This surrender is not resignation. It is joyful confidence. The confidence that divine goodness remains active even when hidden. The confidence that eternal love wastes nothing. The confidence that every faithful step is leading somewhere beautiful. Morning begins quietly. The first rays touch distant peaks before reaching the valleys below. Light spreads patiently. So does redemption. Christ often begins his work in the deepest places before its beauty becomes visible across the rest of life. Hidden renewal eventually becomes visible peace. Notice how gently hope returns. Not always with celebration. Sometimes it arrives like the first green shoot emerging through winter soil. Small. Fragile. Almost unnoticed. Yet carrying within itself the promise of an entire season transformed. No soul is beyond the reach of such hope. No life has wandered too far. No burden has become too heavy. The shepherd continues seeking with unwavering compassion until every wandering heart hears his familiar voice again. Even now, while much remains unseen, eternity quietly touches the present moment. Mercy continues flowing. The Spirit continues comforting. The Father continues providing. Christ continues interceding. Heaven remains wonderfully near. Allow yourself to become still enough to notice. Receive this peace without questioning whether you deserve it. Receive this love without trying to repay it. Receive this mercy without fearing it will one day disappear. The one who gives these gifts is himself unchanging. His kindness has no end. His patience knows no limit. His welcome remains forever open. Rest beneath that everlasting welcome. Let your thoughts become as tranquil as a quiet harbor before sunrise. Let every hidden anxiety loosen its hold. Let every breath remind you that your life is sustained by grace deeper than oceans and stronger than time. Christ is your faithful dwelling through every changing season. He is the quiet flame that continues burning when every other light has faded. He is the living shepherd who walks gently beside every weary traveler. He is the eternal Word whose promises remain more enduring than mountains and more certain than the coming dawn. Within his limitless compassion, every restless longing finds stillness, every fractured hope is patiently restored, and every surrendered heart awakens, little by little, to the radiant joy of belonging forever to the one whose love neither begins nor ends, but simply is, eternal, steadfast, and infinitely beautiful. The quiet before sunrise carries a mystery that cannot be hurried. Darkness lingers with gentle dignity, knowing its time is nearly complete, while the first unseen rays prepare to touch the waiting earth. Across distant ridges, forests remain wrapped in silence. Rivers continue their hidden songs beneath the fading stars. Every part of creation seems content to rest within the timing of its maker, and in that sacred stillness, the soul is invited to rediscover the peace of belonging entirely to Christ. Do not hurry this moment. Let it unfold like a blossom opening to the morning. The deepest gifts are rarely received by those who rush past them. There are places within the heart that have waited quietly for years. Places where hope never entirely disappeared. Places where grief became unexpectedly gentle. Places where unanswered prayers continued glowing like embers beneath winter ash. Christ has never overlooked those hidden places. Long before you found words for them, his compassion had already settled there, waiting with unwavering tenderness. Imagine an ancient valley where a narrow stream winds between moss-covered stones. Ferns lean toward the flowing water, while shafts of early light slowly descend through towering branches overhead. Nothing in this peaceful landscape strives to become beautiful. Beauty emerges because every living thing remains where life continually flows. So too does the soul flourish by remaining near the living presence of Christ, drawing quiet strength from Him day after day. Many imagine that spiritual maturity arrives through extraordinary moments. Often it grows through ordinary faithfulness. One gentle act of forgiveness. One quiet prayer before sleep. One decision to trust despite uncertainty. One grateful breath offered in the midst of an ordinary day. These small offerings become holy because love inhabits them. The human heart sometimes resembles a shoreline shaped by countless tides. Waves of joy have visited. Waves of sorrow have passed. Winds have altered familiar contours. Yet beneath it all, the land remains held by the same faithful Creator who first called it into being. Nothing that has touched your life has escaped His sovereign care. Even what seemed destructive has been gathered into a larger purpose beyond present understanding. How remarkable that divine love does not grow impatient with unfinished souls. It celebrates every quiet beginning. It rejoices over every small step toward healing. It welcomes every return, no matter how many times the journey has wandered. His mercy is never exhausted by human weakness. Picture a field of tall wheat shimmering beneath the first light of morning. Each stalk bends gracefully as the breeze passes through, not from weakness but from quiet strength. There is wisdom in such yielding. Hearts become resilient not by resisting every circumstance but by learning to move with the gentle guidance of the Spirit. There are days when answers seem close. There are days when silence remains. Both belong within the loving education of faith. For Christ is not merely teaching His children how to understand His gifts. He is teaching them how to know His heart. The fragrance released by cedar after a long rain carries something ancient and comforting, as though the forest itself remembers the faithfulness of every passing season. In similar fashion, the soul that has walked with Christ through sorrow begins to carry a quiet fragrance of hope. Others may not know its source, yet they recognize its peace. No season endured with Him is ever empty. Every waiting has shaped endurance. Every trial has deepened compassion. Every joy has expanded gratitude. Every surrender has made room for greater freedom. The work of grace resembles the slow carving of a canyon by flowing water. Day after day, almost unnoticed, gentle persistence shapes what force alone never could. So Christ patiently forms the inner life. Harsh edges become softened. Fear gives way to trust. Self-protection yields to love. What once appeared immovable quietly becomes transformed. Lift your imagination toward the open heavens where countless birds rise together with the dawn. They do not cling to the branches once morning has come. They answer the call to flight. The soul also receives invitations from Christ to leave behind familiar fears, familiar disappointments, and familiar ways of carrying burdens that no longer belong upon its shoulders. Freedom often begins with release. Release of control. Release of regret. Release of imagined futures. Release into the faithful hands that have never failed. The morning breeze moves through flowering fields without asking permission. It refreshes everything it touches. Likewise, the Spirit gently renews every willing heart. No loud announcement accompanies His work. Yet quiet confidence replaces anxiety. Patience settles where frustration once ruled. Joy quietly returns without demanding attention. Even now, Christ continues preparing you for blessings still beyond the horizon. Not by making you stronger through relentless effort. By making you more deeply rooted in His love. A deeply rooted tree no longer fears changing weather. Its security comes from what cannot be seen. The believer finds the same confidence. The roots reach downward into mercy, into truth, into everlasting promises, into the faithful character of the Savior. Nothing can separate you from that love. Not your past. Not your doubts. Not your weakness. Not tomorrow's uncertainty. The one who calmed the sea remains Lord over every restless wave that rises within the human heart. Rest, then, without striving. Allow every breath to become an act of quiet gratitude. Allow every heartbeat to echo the simple truth that you are deeply known and completely welcomed. Receive this stillness as holy ground where heaven gently meets the ordinary moments of life. Christ remains the faithful vine whose life continually nourishes every willing branch. He is the quiet shelter beneath whose shade the weary find rest. He is the everlasting morning whose light no darkness can overcome. He is the living shepherd whose gentle voice calls each soul by name, leading not with pressure but with perfect love. Remain with Him. Abide in His peace. Let His kindness settle into every hidden corner of your spirit like soft rain nourishing thirsty earth. And as another day quietly begins beneath the watchful care of heaven, may your soul awaken with renewed wonder, carrying within it the calm assurance that every step ahead has already been embraced by the wisdom, mercy, and unwavering love of Christ, whose presence is both the journey itself and the eternal home toward which every faithful heart is forever being drawn. The world lingers in a silence that feels almost eternal, as though every mountain, every stream, and every living branch has paused to listen for the heartbeat of its creator. Above the quiet earth, the heavens unfold without haste, their immeasurable beauty proclaiming a faithfulness older than time itself. Beneath that vast expanse, your own soul is no less cherished. The same hands that hung the stars in their courses continue to hold your life with unwavering tenderness. Let this moment become a place of dwelling. Not merely a pause between responsibilities. Not an escape from tomorrow. A sanctuary where the heart remembers what has always been true. You have never journeyed outside the reach of Christ. There is a quiet holiness in the ordinary. A cup of water reflecting morning light. The slow opening of blossoms after a cool night. The steady rhythm of your own breathing. Creation continually reveals that the greatest wonders often appear through simple faithfulness rather than extraordinary display. The kingdom follows this same gentle pattern. Eternal life quietly grows within ordinary hearts that remain open to divine love. Imagine a narrow footbridge crossing a peaceful woodland creek. Moss softens the stones beneath it. Ferns stretch toward the cool shade. Clear water slips beneath the bridge, carrying fallen leaves toward places unseen. Nothing struggles against its purpose. Every element belongs together in quiet harmony. Such harmony begins to awaken within the soul when every fear, every longing, and every unanswered question is gently entrusted to Christ. Many anxieties begin by asking, "What if?" Grace answers with another question. Who walks with you? The future becomes less frightening when the heart remembers the faithful companion who has never abandoned a single step of the journey. How often divine love appears through quiet persistence rather than sudden interruption. Morning arrives one gentle shade at a time. The tide reshapes the shore through countless patient waves. An orchard ripens fruit beneath unseen hours of sunlight. So Christ forms the inner life through daily moments of abiding, where trust grows almost unnoticed until one day peace has become more familiar than fear. There are places within every person where words cannot fully reach. Deep longings. Ancient griefs. Questions carried through many seasons. The Spirit enters those sacred depths without requiring explanation. He understands what even the soul cannot clearly express. His comfort reaches beyond language into the hidden places where healing quietly begins. Watch, in your imagination, as mist rises from a broad river while morning unfolds across distant hills. The water reflects both heaven and earth, joining what seems separate into one beautiful image. In much the same way, Christ unites eternity with the ordinary moments of life. Every simple act of love becomes touched by heaven. Every humble prayer becomes part of an everlasting conversation. The strongest trees are not those untouched by storms. They are those whose roots discovered living water beneath difficult seasons. Likewise, mature faith is rarely formed through comfort alone. It grows where hope continues despite uncertainty, where kindness survives disappointment, where surrender becomes stronger than self-reliance. The fragrance of fresh bread carried through a quiet village at dawn awakens something deeper than hunger. It reminds the heart of home. Christ Himself becomes the true home for the soul. His presence satisfies longings no earthly comfort can fulfill. Every restless search quietly finds its answer in the one who called Himself the bread of life. Nothing in your story has been overlooked. The laughter shared with loved ones. The lonely evenings. The prayers whispered in weakness. The victories too small for anyone else to notice. Every moment has rested beneath His compassionate gaze. Not one has been forgotten. The sky changes with remarkable gentleness. Darkness does not argue with dawn. It simply yields as light quietly spreads across the world. So too does grace transform the heart. Harshness softens. Worry loosens its grip. Gratitude rises without force. What once seemed impossible becomes natural beneath the steady warmth of Christ's love. There is no need to rush your becoming. The gardener never hurries the vine. The shepherd never drives exhausted sheep beyond their strength. The teacher never despises the student who sincerely desires to learn. His patience is as endless as His mercy. His delight is found not merely in the destination but in walking every step beside you. Even now, unseen blessings gather like rain clouds over thirsty fields. Mercy prepares paths you cannot yet imagine. Strength quietly waits where future weakness will appear. Hope has already begun blooming beyond today's horizon. Heaven continually works beyond the reach of human sight. Listen carefully. Perhaps the silence no longer feels empty. Perhaps it has become filled with quiet companionship. Perhaps your breathing itself has become a prayer. Perhaps your resting has become an act of worship. Such moments are precious beyond measure. The sea receives every river without anxiety. The earth welcomes every sunrise without doubt. The heavens remain open above every generation. Christ welcomes every soul with that same boundless generosity. No sincere return is ever refused. No broken heart is turned away. No weary traveler arrives too late. His embrace remains forever open. Allow your spirit to become spacious enough to receive this abiding peace. Let every lingering fear drift away like dandelion seeds carried upon a summer breeze. Let every hidden wound rest beneath the gentle light of redeeming compassion. Let every hope find fresh courage beneath the shelter of eternal promises. Christ is the quiet harbor where every storm-worn vessel finds safe anchorage. He is the living vineyard where every branch receives unending life. He is the eternal sunrise whose light reaches every forgotten valley. He is the faithful bridegroom whose love remains steadfast through every season. Remain within that love. Rest beneath that gaze. Walk forward with that quiet confidence. For every step yet to come has already been touched by His grace, every hidden valley has already been entered by His presence, and every faithful soul that continues abiding in Him will one day awaken fully into the everlasting joy of His kingdom, where every shadow is forever dissolved in the radiant beauty of His face, and where love itself becomes the endless atmosphere in which redeemed hearts live, worship, and rejoice forever. The quiet of the night has become almost transparent, as though the veil between earth and heaven has grown wonderfully thin. Across distant hills, darkness rests without fear, knowing that it cannot keep the morning from arriving. Above, the countless lights of the heavens shimmer with serene constancy, each one bearing silent witness to the faithfulness of the Creator. Beneath that endless sky, your own heart is gathered into the same faithful care, held more securely than words can ever express. This moment asks for only one thing: presence. Not perfect understanding. Not flawless devotion. Simply the willingness to remain where love has already welcomed you. The soul often resembles a pilgrim standing beside an ancient well after a long journey. Dust clings to weary feet. The road behind stretches farther than memory wishes to recount. Yet the water waiting within the well has never been diminished by the number of travelers who have drawn from it. Such is the inexhaustible mercy of Christ. Countless generations have found refreshment in Him, yet His compassion remains as abundant as when the first thirsty soul came seeking living water. There is profound wisdom in allowing yourself to become still enough to receive what cannot be earned. Rain does not ask the meadow to prove its worth before falling. Sunlight does not choose only the strongest branches to warm. The morning breeze does not withhold its freshness from the smallest flower. In the same way, the grace of Christ flows freely toward every heart willing to open itself. Imagine a quiet inlet where the sea meets the shore with extraordinary gentleness. Each wave arrives without violence, smoothing rough stones through patient repetition. What once possessed sharp edges slowly becomes polished by persistent kindness. Divine love transforms the inner life through the same quiet persistence. It does not shame the wounded places. It remains with them until they begin reflecting peace instead of pain. Many imagine that surrender requires losing something precious. Yet every true surrender in Christ becomes an unexpected exchange. Fear for peace. Control for freedom. Restlessness for stillness. Self-reliance for abiding strength. Nothing placed into his hands diminishes the soul. Everything offered becomes more fully alive. High above the valleys, migrating geese trace graceful paths across the open sky. They do not carry maps in their wings. They move according to a wisdom placed within them long before the journey began. Faith follows a similar mystery. Christ leads not merely through visible directions but through the quiet shaping of the heart, teaching it to recognize his voice even when the road remains unfamiliar. There are hidden victories that no one else will ever see. Choosing gentleness when frustration feels justified. Offering forgiveness without receiving apology. Trusting through another day of unanswered prayer. Remaining hopeful when circumstances suggest surrender. Heaven treasures these quiet acts with immeasurable delight. The fragrance of time growing between old stones fills the evening air with unexpected sweetness. It flourishes in places others might overlook. The Spirit often cultivates his finest work within overlooked moments. A simple conversation. A silent prayer. A patient pause before speaking. These ordinary moments become holy ground when Christ inhabits them. Before joy found you, he was already present. Before grief arrived, he was already preparing comfort. Before tomorrow was imagined, his providence had already begun unfolding. Nothing has surprised the shepherd. Nothing has interrupted his love. The stars gradually fade as dawn approaches, not because they lose their beauty, but because a greater light has begun to fill the heavens. So it is with many fears that once seemed overwhelming. They do not always disappear through argument or effort. They quietly lose their power as the light of Christ fills the heart more completely. Transformation often arrives through illumination rather than struggle. The soul no longer fights every shadow. It simply remains turned toward the light. Picture a hidden orchard in early spring. Every branch appears still, yet life moves invisibly beneath the bark. Buds are already forming before any blossom can be seen. Such unseen preparation reflects the quiet work of God. Long before visible answers appear, Grace has already begun preparing what the heart will one day receive with gratitude. Patience becomes easier when trust grows deeper. Waiting becomes gentler when love remains certain. The shepherd never hurries the unfolding of his flock. He knows the pace at which every heart learns to rest. How extraordinary that the King of all creation delights not only in mountains and oceans, but in the quiet turning of one human soul toward him. Your smallest prayer matters. Your quiet gratitude matters. Your hidden obedience matters. Your simple desire to remain near him brings joy to heaven. The river continues flowing whether praised or unnoticed. Its purpose is fulfilled through faithfulness rather than recognition. So too does the Christian life find its deepest beauty. Not in being seen, but in quietly reflecting Christ wherever he has planted you. Even now, unseen mercies gather around tomorrow. Strength already waits for burdens not yet carried. Comfort has already been prepared for sorrows not yet encountered. Unexpected joy has already begun its journey toward you. The Father wastes nothing. The Son abandons no one. The Spirit ceases neither to comfort nor to renew. Rest beneath this holy assurance. Allow your breathing to become slow as the turning of the earth beneath the stars. Let every lingering concern settle like leaves upon an autumn forest floor. Receive the quiet gift of belonging. Receive the deeper gift of being known completely and loved without measure. Receive the everlasting invitation simply to abide. Christ is the hidden spring beneath every season of drought. He is the steadfast horizon beyond every changing landscape. He is the true shepherd whose staff never falters and whose voice never loses its tenderness. He is the eternal vine through whom every branch receives life that cannot fade. Remain there. Not merely for this quiet hour, but through every ordinary day still waiting to unfold. For when the years have completed their gentle work, when every earthly road has reached its final bend, and when every whispered prayer has found its perfect answer, you will discover that the greatest miracle was never only the destination awaiting you beyond time, but the faithful companionship of Christ himself, who walked beside you through every sunrise and every nightfall, shaping your soul into a living reflection of his boundless mercy until, at last, you behold him face to face in the endless morning where love alone remains.